Where's the chat? Okie doke. Hi, Cyberjack. Happy New Year. First post. Hope your day's going good. I'm going to try a couple different new things today to keep me on par, keep me in the chat, as well as our build. Today we will be working on a Recreator 3D fun size. So that's this little beauty in front of us. And I've been asked to cover a couple different topics while we're here today. So once we're established and started, I'm going to try to do things in about 20-minute cycles so that I can pay attention to the questions and comments and stay on par. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Got about 9 steps that we're going to cover in the process that I don't really have written notes. I've got some to get us started, so you can find the link in the description that will get us going for the beta download of our files and the bill of material list. So right now, again, I've been asked to do a live video to get this built. I probably won't have one edited for at least another couple weeks, so that'll get people started. I'm just going to pull up my timer. If I can find it. And this way I'm paying attention to the comments and questions, and I can answer any questions as we're going along so that I don't get diverted and lost within the build. I know a lot of people already know how I work, and I tend to get lost in rambling, so this should keep us all on track. So everybody that's here already, Alfredo, Murat, Conquest Tech, sorry if I'm butchering any names, but bear with me. And yeah, so ask me any questions that you've got along the way, and we'll see where this video brings me, brings us. I'm hoping that it's within a couple hours or so, bring me around dinner time. So yeah, gonna start my timer. Put that off to the side. So first and foremost, let's talk about the extruder. There's been a few different questions. There's been a few different ways that we've been able to manipulate the hot end to be able to do the pultrusion extrusion. And normally we've been going in with a stepless or a stepped bit, and that's allowing us to, just trying to get this angled, ream out our heatsink. And you can see that's got like a good opening, and it's well rounded, which you kind of want. So this would be able to take in a really wide strip if you were working with a wider strip. When I first started the Recreator project, we were working with the Exvico X3S, and that's this heatsink, and you can see that the opening is very small. So again, initially we were working with the stepless drill bit and opening that up to the core. You can see the light catching in there. So the stepless bit would go in without trying to blow this out. You'd also be able to put a normal drill bit into one of these. If you didn't have a stepless, that should work just as good. Suggesting to go with the Ender 3 Hotend, you can see this hasn't been drilled and is relatively the same size as when it's drilled. So as long as you're going with an Ender 3 Hotend, typically they're red, but I found some fancy blue ones that I liked. Again, you won't have to drill that initial hole, and that's just what we've been working with from the get-go with the X3S, but since we've moved over into the MK5 with the Ender 3, and for the most part you can get an Ender 3 or a CR10, and that's going to be the same Hotend. The CR10S, that's going to be a 12 volt, whereas the Ender 3 is going to be a 24 volt. So depending on your power supply needs and what you plan on building and what variation of the Recreator 3D, just know what your power supply is and match that up with your fans if you decide to use them, or your Hotend and thermostat. So okay, so with that in mind, we've got a couple different methods that we can do. Some people are wondering if you're able to not use the Ender 3 head and just use a heat block, which you can. We can get some L brackets. So similar to I have for mounting right here, you can also have that to mount your Hotend. So it's good to get a wider nozzle, because then once you open the hole on the L bracket, the M6 throat of the wider nozzle will be still able to go into that hole, hold your block, but the width of the wider nozzle will sandwich that in place. Ultimately afterwards, you should still try to round out the opening, and so it is good to have that kind of rounded a little bit so that it can heat and curl the strip just a little better than having it just the normal size. So you do want to have some offset if you're doing it like this. This, for the Recreator 3D, is a 5-inch wide 2020 profile, so they don't sell those normally. 6 inches is all I've been able to find, so this was custom cut, but you can see that you don't really need to go with the mount that we've made, and the typical Ender 3. This is the X3S from the Exvico. Handy, this right here is the Ender 3's bracket, but we have gone from trying to not have it printed and mounted. I've reduced the size to this going into this, and primarily for printing these brackets, if you can print them in an ASA, a PETG, a PET. This is a PET 1 bracket as opposed to the PETG, and the PET 1 really holds up in robustness as well as heat. So we've been able to reduce that plate size, bracket rather, primarily to get onto our fun size build to keep our build ratio nice and small. So what we're also trying to do is, some people asked about the Volcano hot end, and so we're going to eventually have another repeating end of these screws on the other side, and we'll make something similar to this setup where it'll sit in the middle, but we'll have our printed brackets on the side, and you'll be able to use a Volcano hot end if you desire. Hasn't gotten that far yet, just because we are still trying to use the Recreator 3D to salvage our e-waste, to keep our 3D printers out of the landfills. So as much as you can repurpose something using a little plastic to mount that on from your previous printer, the better. Some people have asked if we can use some different rods and rails. There's a couple in e-cubic printers that are out that are using the rails rather than the 2020 profiles. So eventually we might go down that road, but for now we're sticking with the 2020 profiles. If you don't want to buy the 6-inch ones, you can print those. I've tried to make this as printable as possible. With the fun size, we've gone into being able to print this on a 165 by 165 build plate. So the Ender 2 Pro is within that size, and if you've got something smaller, my apologies, but I've done my due diligence to try to get it to accommodate at least this size. So I think that should suffice the majority of people who've been asking. If you don't want to do the fun size, but you like the fun size spooler, you can easily print the fun size spooler and put that onto the MK5 kit or even your original MK3. Okay, so we've kind of talked about the hot ends and how you're able to do that. You still do need to drill the nozzle, so even though we won't be needing to drill our Ender 3 if you don't desire to, I do suggest that you do if you can, but you don't need to. But I will cover drilling the nozzle, which is very easy, and if you only have to worry about drilling the nozzle, then a lot of people are having kind of like a mental holdup, which I do understand. It's to drill into the heat break, it's nothing crazy, the heat sink rather. It drills rather easily, though I do understand it's harder to find these stepless bits. And again, it doesn't necessarily need to be a stepless bit. We just need to be opening that throat if you plan on using like a 12 or a 14, 16 millimeter width strip. So if you're sticking with an 8 millimeter or 10, you should be fine to not drill that initial heat break. So with the fun size being the fun size, I have made a mount. It's not released yet, but it will be for the new version of the community bottle cutter that's out, and it would mount just like how it mounts here, and it would extend off to the side. So if you are somebody who has grown attached to maybe doing one bottle a day and you just like to load the pultruder up with that one bottle rather than pre-stripping it, you'll be able to have that option as well. But for today's build, we're going to be working with the spooler, the mini spooler, and the spooler mount. So that goes onto the side like that, and our strip gets pre-spooled on here, and then we're able to kind of mass produce our spools and keep them nice and organized as we move along with things. So That's not gone off yet. Let's see how we're doing. Happy New Year to everybody. Thanks again for being here. If you've got any questions for me as we go along, let me know. Today's live video is sponsored by LDO Motors. They're going to be helping us out with future builds with the Recreator 3D kit moving forward in 2023. So I've got a lot of good things to look forward to in 2023, as well do all of you. Check us out on our Discord. You can use your phone and take a photo of our QR code down there, and that'll bring you right to our Discord page. A lot of different activity at the Discord page rather than our Facebook group, which on the bottom right hand corner you can check out the link to that. But I try to keep both groups active as much as I can, and as much as I can get in there and answer questions personally, I try to. Other than that, there's a lot of different moderators that have built the Recreator 3D and are more than welcome to help you along. Cyberjack, I'm thinking maybe a scaled version of that spooler for the final filament created for feeding into a printer as well. So I've made a larger community spooler that we can take the filament off of this and put that on, and that's been rather nice, especially if you have figured out a method for seaming for yourself. This is a wider cord spooler, and that helps with the seams to not potentially wrap around something that's too small, which can tend to break the seam that you've spent a good amount of time to join. So the wider your cord, the better for doing that. But there are a couple other people that want to go from the spooler to the printer. The good thing about the fun size spooler and the way that the fun size works, I say it's making a less angry of a spool. So the MK5 kit and the MK3 tend to, as the spool's finished, it will rapidly untwirl itself, and I don't suggest that you be around the unit with your face down towards that while it's happening. The great thing about the fun size version is once that's done spooling, again, it's less angry, so it kind of just fluffs out and continues to spool out. So we just shut it off, and once you cut the initial part that you put in for the spooler, it further unwinds itself, and you can kind of ease itself off. And I personally like to unload it and put it into storage until I need it, or until I join all my seams together. Just for having a larger print, it just works better to kind of streamline your production sense on what you're going to do for how you're going to use your filament. So maybe you have a print that only needs 20 grams, so you can go and weigh out your 20 gram material and just use that. Or perhaps you plan on printing with 200 grams and you need to go a little beyond the 20, so you've got to collect and seam that together. And if you're not going to seam it together, at least use your filament runout sensor, or however you plan to accordingly use it. So yeah, all right, cool. Paying attention to the chat. I'll keep doing that with my timer, but let's get into it. So for the most part, we want to print all our parts. Again, if you've gone to the link is supplied in the description. We should have our build material that we want to go through that I've established so far. So as long as you've got everything on this list, you should be able to have fun with me for the next couple hours. And so I've moved forward and just give you good photo example, QR code if you want to hit it with your phone. These are coming from the US on Amazon for the most part, so if you are in a different region, you will have to look accordingly for the time being. Trying to go with the kits as much as possible, but if you don't go with the kit, then all these individual pieces will suffice. You don't, again, need the 2020 rails as far as purchasing it, but you can print them if desired. So however you want, you can save $8, you know, depending on how much material you use and what material you use. If you want a little more robustness, go with the metal for the additional $8. Again, for safety, you don't necessarily need the print head cover, but I like safety first, and I've already burnt myself several times on a hot end where the cover really helps out. So we need our motor, we need our board, our controller LCD, we've got our printer power rocker switch, we've got our power supply. We're going with a 12 volt 5 amp 60 watt. It's a little fun guy. That's what really allows us to get into our fun size. Alternatively, you don't need that or the power rocker if you decided to potentially go with a brick. So if you had a 12 volt power brick, you could easily go that route. And down the road, I might eventually show that method as well, but for today, we're going to go with the internal power supply. We need our copper wire, a power cord. We're going to be working with a 1/16 drill bit on our nozzle later. So I talk about the varying assortment of screws and nuts that we'll be working with. So you can go with the few kits that I've mentioned here. But eventually down the road we will have hopefully all that worked out where you don't have to buy more than you need. But it's always good to have extra nuts and bolts around for projects that I might have for you in the future, or projects you might make for the community in the future because somebody else inspired you. So we're going to be working with different filaments. Again, I talked about ASA, ABS, PETG, or PET1. We're going to want that primarily for our heating elements, so that we want it robust on the extruder. Again, we're going to go with those 2020 profiles. If you print them, I suggest PETG, something strong, robust. Same with the Spooler Core, because it's going to be taking in some heat and rigidity as far as pulling the spool. We've got 4 feet that we're going to be printing in TPU. And you don't necessarily need the feet, but I do suggest them. And if you don't print them in TPU, you should be able to find a smaller foot. I'll get a link eventually for people who would rather buy a foot rather than print it, but I do suggest them just as far as keeping it in place on your table while you're loading it. For the most part, the rest of the build can be printed in PLA, though I prefer PLA Plus just for a little more robustness. The standard prints can be printed with 3 walls and about 15% gyroid in film. So the hot end mounting plate, the back plate, we want to be printing those with 5 walls and 50 gyroid. And the Spooler Core 5 walls and 30 gyroid fill. So yeah, make sure you're looking at the filament material used for this build and what I suggest how you print them. You'll save a lot more material and time that way. I've seen too many people lately print with too much infill. So save yourself some time and infill. I put some suggested filaments down that I prefer. I like Sunlu and JO. JO is Sunlu's secondary company that they make filament through. And then our screws and nuts parts breakdown list. I've kind of gone through, and yours isn't like this, but mine is, and I'll be updating that a little down the road, as far as maybe this will be how our screws come to us in a kit form from LDO. But for now, this will hopefully get me through our build a little easier and help you correspond things. So if you're looking at this right now with me, you might say, okay, cool, I'm going to break my screws and nuts and everything up for parts, just like Josh has them right here. So I have little bags with all my screws kind of laid out, A, B, C, E, F, G, and we'll be going through them as we move along. So other than that, I talk about the bottle cutter. You're going to need one. So whether you're going with the plastic bottle and can cutter tool, which is coming from Ukraine, and it does take about 4 to 5 weeks to receive once you've ordered it. You can also find the community bottle cutter, which is free, and that's going to more or less be on the same page as the plastic bottle and can cutter. So whether you decide to buy one for $30 and wait 4 to 5 weeks, or attempt to make your own, there's several options beyond that. So you will need to strip your bottles in order to convert it into filament. Okay, my timer went off and I've talked enough for our intro. So question, gyroid versus grid or cubic? I like gyroid for strength and rigidity. You can go smaller, so you can set it to like 5 or 10 on gyroid if you're looking to not have the infill be crazy, and that will still give you robustness in your infill. You could go with grid or cubic. It's kind of preference to the user. I use gyroid for strength and rigidity, and that's what I would suggest. So give me 1 second. So I got this crazy kitty right here, and she's gonna go upstairs because otherwise she's just going to cry and cry and cry. And she's got food and treats and all those foods and treats, but she just wants more and more and more. So let's go upstairs for now, okay? Okie dokie. Get her catnip. She's got plenty of that. Plenty of treats. Just wants to bust Dad's nuts while he's live trying to do a build. So on my agenda, we've got to print all our parts, assemble the main parts, which is going to be our base, our top, and our spooler. And we're going to add the electronics. We're going to assemble the hot end, combine the main parts to finish the build, and then we'll go through how to strip, load to the spooler, and run the pultrusion G-code command. Hopefully we'll wrap all that in the next hour and a half or two, and I'll do my best to not have things around me distract me from that. Kitties and other noises, I'm sorry about. And again, this will help me finalize my own build notes to make a better video rather than the beta. So this is a beta build video. Chill with Josh on a Sunday, and if you've got your parts ready in front of you, then let's do it. energy seeker. Portion of the food is the best via automatic machine, right? All right. So I got all my parts. Let's move the Recreator off to the side. That's built. I'll keep that there just so that we're aware of our bottle cutter. And get rid of all these examples. So with the fun size how it is, get this just out so we can look at it now. We've really reduced the size of the spooler overall, but we've beefed up on how many gears are actually moving along, and we've gone quite far with it. So initially we were just working with a stepper and a larger spool. That eventually moved to a fixed single, and that moved to the dual, the Pro Dual. But because when we moved to the MK5 kit, I wanted to get away from dual options, as most only have a single extruder, and that's where we moved into the double gear, the dual gear. So that went into the MK5 kit. Somewhere in between, we had a mini spooler, the MK4, and it kind of worked. We had 2 revisions of it, and just amongst my own testing, I started to keep moving forward amongst revising and revising and revising. So ultimately, we ended up with the fun size spooler, and this is gonna end up probably falling more along the lines of the MK5. It'll still be an MK5. It'll just be the fun size spooler. So yeah, I'm rather happy with where the spooler is now as far as its ability to, we can go up to 1800, and it just cranks. So it's really rigid for the size that it's at now. Really robust, makes a good spooler. So I think I'm kind of done making spoolers. A lot of people are looking to get into seaming now. There will be a couple more builds. Outside of the fun size, we're gonna wrap up those minis, and for the most part I'm making Recreator 3Ds around power supplies. So there's about 3 or 4 different power supplies out in varying sizes, and that's what's going to pretty much determine what kit you're going to want to go with. So again, we gotta print all our parts. Get rid of this one and replace it with that. One of the fun things I like very much about the fun size, and just even the MK5 kit in general, is the fact that we can customize it. I recently put a collection of different MK5 kits out on our website as well as the Facebook group. I really love seeing other people's builds. Some people plan ahead and they have filament that they actually wanted to use. Other people just use random filament that they had kicking around. And I think either option is great. I think if you want to customize this, it's got the ability to be customized for your own personal aesthetics. Outside of that, if you got a bunch of random filament to be used up, it's also good for that too. Just want to make sure I got everything. And we will be going kind of step by step in my head, because I really don't have anything else really plotted out other than our little template here. So, got my bags. Like I said, I really want to get this as set up as possible for somebody to hit the ground running. So as far as all my parts being put out here, I probably will at some point make a index page with all the parts that you should have, and that way too within the kit. So the kit is pretty much going to be just parts. So if you do get an LDO kit moving forward in the future, it will just be electronic parts. We're going to leave the customer's preference of choice to print those parts. Maybe there will be a printed parts kit that you can purchase, but again, I kind of want to leave that up to the customer to really moving into 2023 for me, and I think anybody else should be worried about how they get items shipped to them and how items are shipped in general. So one of the good things about 3D printing is we can 3D print our parts. It's kind of one of the good things about 3D printing. What do what do I 3D print now that I've got my 3D printer? And I think this is a great build to, you know, I've seen several people just get into 3D printing and they said, I'm making a Recreator 3D right after they started 3D printing. Blows my mind. But if you're, you know, that confident in yourself, then I think this would be a nice little project for somebody like that. So let's see. I don't necessarily have these in an ABC order as far as how we're going to install them, but that is also in my head. So again, we're going to assemble the main parts, and we're going to start with the base. So I again made each one of these parts being able to be printed within a 165 by 165. So if it's not printing there, take your skirt down or remove it completely, and then that way it should fit into that accommodated space. So we're going to start with our sides, and maybe to make things a little easier, I should pull up that folder. Oh my gosh, bear with me 1 second. Okay, and then we can talk about what we're working with. So I'm in the base folder, and we're going to be working with the right and left sides as well as the bottom. Now, there were several things that I found amongst these couple files. So if you have already downloaded these files yesterday or the day prior or when I released them, you should download them again. Ultimately, I've tried to make each one of these files orientated in the way they should be printed. I had the bottom one reversed, so that should be fine. You'll just want to reverse it so that we've got our indents. You don't necessarily get supports thrown in there on you or anything silly like that. And we are missing our plate for our ender board. That was actually a duplicate of the base file, reversed how I had planned on it being printed. So those file names have been switched around and everything's been orientated how it needs to be. So again, if you're with me right now for beta, download those files again just so that they've been reacclimated for you. I know a couple people were running into that and pointed that out to me. So, Nick, dumb question, but I'm able to strip down Ender 5 and use the parts for this, correct? So for the most part, you should be able to. For the fun size, you're gonna have to get the 12 volt power supply if you decide to, or again an external 24 volt, depending on how you're running it. I believe the Ender 5 is going to be like 24 volt, so you might want to consider getting an external brick, especially for the fun size. Otherwise, you should be able to put all those parts into the MK5 kit, and you can find that build through the YouTubes. Yeah, so again, like I'm trying to really make the the Recreator universe around different printers. The MK5 kit is supposed to be more or less a universal size that should take in the largest PSU and your board without any issues. It is a larger build than the MK3, and that is primarily, again, because we're focused around those larger parts and trying to make it into a universal kit. With the fun size, it's pretty much like, how small can we make it? And then the minis that went to Earth, Horizon, and Vertigo are going to more or less be that medium, smaller PSU rather than the big bulky ones that you find, like the 360s. So I hope to have a Recreator build to accommodate each kind of power supply size, and then you should be able to say, okay, that's the power supply size I have and what I'm able to do with it as far as 12 or 24 volt, and what build should I be able to move into with those parts. So that's where I plan to move forward with everything. So staying on the build, again, we're working with that bottom plate, the two sides. If I correlate back to my screw and nut breakdown, we've got a whole beefy bag of letter C, and that's going to be our 12X M3 by 8 screws. So we're going to start with 4 of those on the bottom. And before I do that, let me get my feet put in. So we're going to start with K, actually, which is going to be our TPU feet, if you've printed them, as well as our M3, oh my gosh, by 12 screws, and our M3 nuts. So those are going to go into our feet, our legs, and so we can see right here, just going to put our nut in the recess there. And screw our feet on, so nothing crazy. We're putting these on first before we attach them to the bottom, just because the nuts are a little hard to finagle afterwards. You can see I got my shimmery and shiny PFlat, and I really love these surface qualities that you can get. I'll throw a link in afterwards in our description of the PFlat, but yeah, that's coming from a custom community on Facebook. The guy is recently going to be coming out with new patterns, so I did several prints like that for this build, and it's rather cool. It's a good surface finish. It's not the greatest, But if you are doing kind of different products that need different fun surface, that first layer is crucial on these. So it's really adding some cool flair if you like your flair. So again, we're just adding these TPU feet right now with our M3 by 12 millimeter screws and M3 nuts. So that's there. Again, let's move over back to those M3 by 8 screws. I'm working with 12 of those, and that's going to get us started into our bottom here on the two sides. So I'm just going to get them started. I think I messed a couple people up, and I apologize as far as having those files miscommunicated with having them swapped around and everything, but that's why we're still in beta. I know a lot of people were anxious and excited about the font size, and it's really hard sometimes to show something off. I want things to be perfect for everybody before we get released, so seems like we can hit the best of both worlds as far as accommodating each other with a live feed rather than having something totally produced. But you're going to see that we're just going to take our sides here and want to make sure that I've got things proper. So this is going to be the front of things. So if for me I have to hold it like this, this is my front. Let me just confirm that. So our power supply is going to go on like that. So this is my front. So I want my left side, which is going to have our hole for our spooler mount. That's going to go on that left side. So Nick, seeing your question now as far as what I would recommend, if I would recommend the fun size or the MK5 kit, because you're already printing the fun size. So if you're already printing the fun size and you plan on getting the proper power supply for the fun size, as far as the 12 volt small one that I'm using, or a external power supply, again, if to accommodate the fun size, if you're going to be using a 24 volt, it does need to be an external brick. So just get yourself something similar to this, and just make sure that it's 24 volt, 5 amp, 60 watt. And again, I'll be talking about that down the road, so I can put a link down the road for that. But this build, I wanted to stick with the 12 volt options that I've listed to get us started. But you should be able to get most boards into this right now for the fun size. I have the Ender 3, the CR10S, and Xvico X3S, and Xvico X3, and there is a Robin Nano 1.2. So the list should be able to keep going on and on and on as long as your board and your LCD fit within a 6" by 5" size. So some boards just aren't going to. But again, as long as you can accommodate the 12 volt is this nice little small size. They don't make them too much smaller than that, and unfortunately I've not found a 24 volt within that size. So again, you'd have to go 24 volt with your external power options. So that was 40 minutes. Let's do another 20 minutes checking out those comments. Thanks again for keeping the comments going. Kind of helps me when I take that 20-minute break to just keep talking. If you've got any questions, other people might be thinking about them but not asking, so it's always good to have different people's opinions. Alright, so our bottom is together. At this point, I do believe I told myself that we would put the power supply on in afterwards. So let's work with the LCD screen real quick. And actually, we'll work with the back real quick. Let's get the back on. So we're going to be working with another 4 of those screws from our C bag, our 12 quantity of M3 by 8 screws. We need 4 of those for the back. At some point I might merge all the bottom and the back in the LCD back into a one printable option. I decided to make life easier to get this done and out for people, as well as interchangeable with the LCDs and main boards, to just keep all the parts separate. And as you can see, I have a varying degree of printed parts in front of me in different colors. Every time I started working on one of these, just as far as trying to get my bearings set with how they were going to be, B got all excited, oh, that one's the canary, or that one's the panda, and just kept coming up with different color schemes for what I was bringing as far as what I printed, just for demoing things. So it was rather cute, and just, you know, really made me realize that we could have these be varying colors depending on what you want. And again, if you got your PFlat in there, we've got all these colors in there now, so you can really bring your personality into your build. So again, we're just going to put these back plates on. We're working with the again, front here, back here, and so yeah, just make sure you're on your proper side. So eventually, yeah, we could eliminate the 8 screws. Sorry, the 12 screws eventually. But for now, we're gonna move forward with them, and that might end up just staying how it is, as far as having the font size be within the MK5 kit, keeping it universal. I think a lot of people want to not have a giant unit next to them on their desk. They've already got several 3D printers taking up the space, so if we can have something fun size that can fit on a shelf somewhere and not take up a lot of space, that's always nice. Last I weighed this, I think we were at under 3 pounds. I think maybe 2.8 or 3.8. But it was very light in comparison to the rest of them. It's the lightest so far, which makes me really happy for shipping and just being able to pick this up by its handle and go have some fun. Alright, so this is our base and kind of how we're together. So now we'll take those other 4 remaining screws and they'll go on the front. But before I do that, I'm going to mount our LCD in here. So, got my LCD cord. Let's just take that out for now. Other bells and whistles. I think I double checked everything, triple checked it before we came into this. So we're going to be mounting our LCD, and that's going to be our A bag for me. My 4X M3 by 20 screws and my 4X M3 nuts. That's for the LCD mount. We've also got 4 M3 by 10 millimeter screws, and that's for the LCD board. Alright, while I'm doing this, I should be able to answer a couple of questions. Alright, if anybody's got any other questions or comments while you're here. Right now I'm working with the LCD mount and the LCD. So we're just putting those M3, oh, getting the wrong ones. Do I want 10s on these? I think I goofed. I goofed. Of course I goofed. I had to goof somewhere. Let's just try these real quick. Had to goof somewhere. So I think we want 6s. We got 6s for the LCD mount. 6s. I'm gonna steal those. Can't steal these. Alright, I need a second. Oh my gosh. My crying kitty. You think I torment my crying kitty upstairs? Meow meow meow. You don't pay attention to me. Meow meow meow. You hate me. Meow meow meow. Why can't I come in the basement, Dad? Alright, so we're gonna change the M10s to 4s. 4s? 4s? I think these are 4s. Oh my gosh, with my kitty. I gave her food. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Here, sit with me. Sit with me. Okay, who live streams, does a video build with their cat in their lap? This guy. Huh? Huh? Where are you going? Not anymore. Not anymore. All right. So yeah, we want some 4mm screws on that LCD. Typo. Something. I don't know. But let's get that LCD mounted. Alright, if anybody's got any questions, comments, keep that live chat going. Helps me out. Again, right now we're just working with the LCD. My cat's driving me bonkers. But other than that, we're looking good. So let's get that last screw on our LCD. Okay. So then we want our 20mm. Hey.
Yeah.
Can you grab Tabby down here and feed her?
Yeah. Want me to bring her up?
Yep.
Is she chirping in the background?
Yep.
Tabby, you want me to-
Alright, so we're going to be working with that LCD now that we've got it mounted. And we're going to put it on to our LCD. I got a sign. Did I make my sign? Yeah, we got our sign. So we're going to put that onto the front LCD with the LCD mount. Using our 4 M3x20 screws. And you can just get those started because we're going to be putting the nuts on the back to further secure them in place. All right. Alright, so we're going to get those nuts on the back. And if you've screwed too far, just back yourself out a little and move forward to lock the nut in place. Oh, can I see it? There we go. And so this is why we're doing this now, so that we can get our hands into those bottom corners. That bottom corner there, get that nut in there. My hands are a little too big for that process, so it's just a little easier to do this first. For myself at least, so. That's how we're going to suggest it for the rest of you. Okay. 2 more nuts. So there's front signage that I didn't print for this, and it just says Recreator 3D. and Ender, I believe, at the top here and then down here. So you can print that. It's got a you can do like a layer pause, so that you can print first color in black and then have the text be white, or any other color you decide to have those combinations. But yeah, that did not get printed for this, but it is there. Okay, so now that we've got that all hooked up and connected like that, we can put it onto the front of our base using those remaining 4 M3x8 nuts. Oh, and I apologize, I can't hang on to anything these days. Let's get that in there. So we're gonna again get these connected in there. There. And the same on the other two. So back to this so that you can see me in full glory. And while I'm screwing, let's see if there's any comments, which there's not. So hopefully everybody's enjoying my rantings and ramblings. Of course, I'm using the wrong screws, so make sure you're using the right screws. And if you're using the right screws, then you'll be golden. So again, being in beta, being a live build, I appreciate everybody's humbleness to join me today. And I know you're all excited to start getting this built, so apologies if we're somewhere in between on those notes coming out of my brain, being directed to you through this live video. Oh, I didn't really want to use these because they're a little loud, but if anybody's into their Ryobi products, these are pretty good. But let's see if this goes a little better for me. Tends to slip sometimes. I think I need new bits. Alright, so just get all those screws sunk in, set, and you don't want to overturn these, seeing as we are just setting them into plastic. I didn't want to do mounts. I think a lot of people like their inserts, their screw inserts that they can weld into their plastic, but that's a whole other beast, a whole other method that we don't need to be dealing with, because you can see this pretty robust as it is. It's not coming undone. So once you've got your 4 screws in there, that's your base. So next we can add the power supply, which will get us in there. And we can add our power rocker. So let's add the power rocker first. So this is our power rocker. And I got D set up. So those are going to be 2 M3 by 8 screws. So I like to have this so that the power switch is on the left, on the right rather. So just get those cords in there. And again, I like it so we can easy switch on and off on the right here. I'm right-handed, so you know you can. One of the good things about this whole build is if you wanted to, you can mirror it. So depending on if you're a lefty and how you like to hang on to things or switch things on and off. For the most part, once you're done spooling, if you ever just need to shut this off, you just shut it off. So I like to have it right here, and then that way it's not being bothered by the power supply, and you're not getting all tangled up in it. So okay, I think we're doing good. That puts us at about an hour. Let's see, yeah, about an hour, somewhere in between, a little over 10 minutes. Well done on the multitasking. Us mere mortals struggle. Yeah, live feed, comments and questions, and background craziness with the cat and other activities going on. But yeah, we're doing what we can do, right? Yes.
I'm going for a quick walk on Rosemary.
Okie doke. Have fun. Love you. So you can see we've got again our rocker switch and our 2 M3 by 8 screws. We're just going to be, if I can show you there, screwing these two right there. This other one on the top. Let's get you into our main shot here. So just screw that down in place, and that establishes our power rocker. And then you can rock with the power rocker. Alright. So the cord is a little longer. You might have saved a smaller one, which is fine because we're really not going too far beyond that. But we do want our 4 M3 by 6. Nope, that's the control board. And just had them. Maybe that's what we were using there. Nope, E. E is our 4. Yes? Oh. Everybody's coming to visit today. So, we got our 4 M3 by 6mm screws for mounting our power supply. And that's going to be E. There used to be 5 holes, but I eliminated the 5th one because it ended up in the LCD and it just didn't work out for anyone's better interest. So let's get a screw started. Oh, and I made those a little loose so that we could get this in here better. So let's just align our holes. Holy moly! Alright, so just align your holes. And let's see if I can manage this. And not lose my Alright, let's try another screw because I can see that hole And one of the good things about this video is I can at least see where I'm fumbling, and other people can see where I'm fumbling. And maybe that'll allow us to have a conversation about where not to fumble. Okay, but we got 2 screws in, and that's all we need because, boom, now we can get the other 2 in. And we're just getting those 4 screws in. Got one more. Okay, dokie. Alright, well, I hope everybody else is doing good for their new year. Mrs. B, she's out for a walk with our friend from up the street, Rosemary, and I'm here with you doing a Recreator build. We kind of made it to midnight last night. Woke up somewhere in between after a little nap. Okay, so there we go. Our power supply is installed. From here, we might as well get these installed. So you probably can't see it anymore, but we have our L, our N, and then our neutral or our ground. So we've got red. We're going to go with red. Then we're going to go with blue, and then we're going to go with yellow on the first 3 connection points on the power supply on the right, looking at it from the front. So again, it's pretty much how it's set up within. If you go with this power rocker that I've suggested, we're going to be going red, blue, yellow on the first 3 here. So if you don't feel comfortable doing that, double check your wiring, double check some YouTubes and some Google image searches for whatever board you're working with, but or power rocker rather. But going positive, negative, and ground. Things are a little tight in this spot, so if you do have extra wire going on, just try to maneuver and arrange it as best as you can to make a tidy work situation. We don't want a mess. And again, reducing the size to the fun size has been, I wouldn't say challenging, it's been rather fun. I was rather inspired by Rob Mink's baby belt while I was getting it to this size. And Rob Mink's baby belt is also very customizable. I like to say it's like a Converse sneaker. So yeah, I don't know if I'm really doing a good job of showing you right now how to install this, but again, the rocker is going red, blue, yellow. We're going positive, negative, neutral, and the same for the power supply here. So, positive, negative, neutral. Alright, so we're just going to tuck those wires down for now. I said tuck them down. Go down. Go where you belong. Alright. So that leaves us with the other two for the power supply. So you should have a 16 gauge. I kind of goofed. I think I put 22 gauge initially. But you should be having like a 16 or an 18 gauge going from your power supply to your board. We got negative and then plus. So negative on the right and then plus on the left. Looking at it from the front. So again, I'm going to have my red on my left and my black on my right. So I hate anything with power and electricity, and doing these builds was really something to level up my skill set, and that's why I started doing them. But there are times I still don't really know what I'm doing and second guess some stuff. So if you're ever second guessing something that you might not know everything about, form an alliance, form a group, form a safety net. Somebody, whether it be one person or a group of 10, that you can spitfire different things off of each other. So if, again, you don't feel confident, someone else does, they can, you know, give you that confidence boost that you're lacking. So I've done a lot of different projects in 2022 where I've relied a lot on the community members that are around, and I really appreciate everybody telling me what they've got for knowledge and sharing that with me so I can share back and we can make everything go round. So again, double check your stuff. We got negative, which is black, so negative on this on my right and black, and then positive on my left and positive on my left. So double check those wires. Okay, any questions, comments? Keep me going. I think I'm doing pretty good multitasking. Apparently you guys think I'm kind of doing an okay job, so hopefully I am, but I think we're doing good on time. If we weren't doing a live feed and you were doing this for your first time, I would say that this should be about I don't want to say an hour. It should take you no less than 2 hours to build. Okay. So I'm happy with that. We can add. What do we want to add? Do I want to do that yet? We're not going to do that yet. Let's yeah, let's work on the board. Let's get the board situated. I've still got my stuff. So we worked on the base. We've assembled the main parts and we've assembled the base. For the most part, I have put everything on this base except for our M4 by 8 screws and T-nuts. So we're going to have M4 by 8 here and here, but then we're going to have a 12 here and here for the handle, like that. So we're going to do that kind of later, not right now, but we're going to work with the 2020 profiles and our driver board mount. So again, we're working with a Ender 3 LCD as well as board. I do have a 4.27 in front of me right now. A 4.22 is also silent. So if you want a silent experience, go with the 4.22 or 4.27 board. Those come with stock firmware that you can just run our G-code with, so you don't have to worry about slapping a new firmware on it. But because those are flashable with dot bins, we do have some firmware that we're working on to eliminate the heat bed and several other features that aren't really needed. So just keep in mind, if you're using a 1.1.4, 1.1.4 board, it's older, it's going to need a certain kind of firmware flashing that I don't think the average person is really interested in doing. I know I'm not, and I tried to keep this as easy as possible for the basic person. So we're going to install our driver board mount onto our 2020 profiles. There's not really a right or wrong way to do this, as long as you're making sure that the 5-inch width is accommodating the span, the width span of the mounting plate. And so we're keeping the base separate, and then we're going to be keeping the top kind of its own thing. The top's really not much more than the 2020 rails and the board mount. That way you can then put the spooler attached to the top mount, and that becomes part of your top. And if you ever need to get back into the unit, more or less I've made it just so that the top and bottom connect through the 2020 profiles with 4 M4 by 8 screws and T-nuts. So if you ever need to get into it, you just kind of open it up and push one part to the side and do what you need to get yourself back up and running. So again, we're going to be using our 4mm 4M M4 8mm screws and our T-nuts, locking those into place. For the most part, you want to keep this as centered as possible, as our legs will be going into these channels here. You do want to mount the board, the mounting board, before you put the driver board on that, as I do believe some of our screws rest under our board, so you won't be able to screw this on properly if you start by mounting the board on first. I could be wrong, but yeah, I've since fixed it a little, but we've got some snugness. So now that we've done this, we can mount our board to this. That will be our B, our 5X M3 by 6mm screws for mounting our control board. So I like to find the mount in the middle and just start in the middle. Nothing too crazy. So just start your mounting there. Alright, well, hey, I appreciate the concurrent viewers that have been following me for the last hour and a half. I super appreciate you being here. I hope you super appreciate me being here. I know I'm excited to have the fun size finally out and about. And I do appreciate everybody's humbleness to get things going. Sometimes it's not the easiest for me to get started on my notes, nor is it the easiest to get started on a build video. And when they both kind of need each other to get done, going live has been kind of the better in-between to allow me to go and backtrack on this video to finalize my notes a little better. And then once the notes are finalized, I can put that into a shot list. Do another one of these builds a little more professionally. And then I can get both of those released. Okay. That's mounted. And if I don't get time to get to it, then y'all have this awesome live video of me blathering away. And you can skip through different elements and try to henpeck what you need. So, definitely got to double check my screw list because that first round kind of messed with me. So, again, we've just got our top now. This just ends up going on here. And again, we're going to have our the 12 millimeter ones on the back for the handle, and then the 8s on the front. But we're not going to do that quite yet. You can see that there's a gap in between, and then this is going to allow us to bring our wires through, and then our motor wire is going to go through this hole right here. And kind of goofed, a little goofed. I'm not the best with measuring and cutting holes and all that jazz. So this is set up so that you have to align it a certain way, but once you got that aligned, you should be able to get USB into here as well as your SD card without any issues. You might have to use a pair of pliers or a pair of tweezers to do that. So again, depending on where you want that to fall and easy access to it, you might have to put the mounting board a little more off to the right on your 2020 rails. So just keep that in mind with where it's placed. Okay. Next, I've got the top, which is where we're at before we move on to the spooler. The top kind of consisted of the mounting bracket. So, mini spooler holder. So the mini spooler holder, actually, we will attach next. And I think I kind of goofed. It's the one screw that I think I said that we should have like a 30 millimeter on, which I have, and in all the kits that I suggested, I don't think there's a damn 30 millimeter screw that's needed or available. So as far as mounting this on here, you don't necessarily need. I suggested the 30 because it goes beyond the mount and kind of locks it in place further, but it's not necessarily needed. As long as you have a screw that just goes in, you know, to about the middle, it should be able to still accommodate going in and being latched in there. So, of course, my mount doesn't want to go in here, so I'm going to hit it with my trusty torch lighter and just kind of finagle it a little until it fits. If you don't have a torch lighter, I definitely suggest getting one of these. I've got a couple listed in my Amazon shop at JRT3D and the Recreator3D.com. So again, if you're here just showing up, didn't catch me in between, you can check out our Discord link on the bottom left hand corner, and you can also check out Recreator3D.com. And like anything else, depending on you know, maybe you printed on one printer and then you printed on another printer, and not all printers' tolerances are dialed in correctly, so we're just gonna file this part down a little. I think I actually stole this off of another build, so I don't quite know if I screwed myself on that. But as you're seeing, if you haven't done sanding and anything else on 3D printed parts to get them to fit, then you need to start knowing that it's gonna happen. Alright, so a little sanding got us in there. Now we're just gonna put our, again, I listed 30. You definitely don't need 30 if you don't have it. And I think at some point, once I'm revisiting my own notes, we're gonna have that as a different screw setting. So bear with me while I get this super long screw set in place. While I'm setting that, I don't think I put my timer back on. And questions, comments, any questions, comments? Hello, HC, you are late, but better late than never. You're just somebody that shows up, you know, when the party's happening, because the party comes with you. Who else do you bring? Anyone? Just yourself? It's okay. Sometimes just one person showing up to the party is the party. Well, so I'm going to have my own party because we are in the new year. So again, Happy New Year to anybody. If you didn't celebrate last night, you can celebrate today. I appreciate everybody being here, whether you showed up from the start, showed up a little late, or in HC's situation, somewhere in the middle. We're at about an hour and a half. I'd like to wrap up. I think I talked for about a half hour, so we should be at about 2 hours and a half to where I should be able to finish this build. Amongst chatting and again, I'm not really going off any build notes per se, other than what's in my head. But we're gonna move on to still working on the top. In our top folder, we have our back plate mount. Now, as I mentioned, the back plate mount has changed in several outlets. I do offer right now in the fun size kit, I believe, this mount with the front third. And ultimately, you don't need the front on a more robust material. But if you find that I would ultimately print this first as a PETG. But if you're printing secondary after the fact, once you start making your PET filament, I definitely suggest reprinting the mount in PET 1. And that will definitely make it 100% more robust rather than having your PETG possibly semi-melt and start to disform what you've spent all your time printing. So again, we want robust material, and after everything is said and done, PET 1 material that comes off of this from your soda bottles, plastic bottles, PET number 1 bottles are some of the most robust material that you're going to see on the market right now, and it's not on the market. So that's one thing that you got to remember is right now with these units is you're able to make custom homemade filament that does not exist otherwise. This is a very makeshift do-it-yourself version of it, and some people are calling it rPET, but it's not technically recycled PET because we're only reforming it, so it's still its raw natural element that we're printing with. Whereas if it was an rPET, it would be gobbled up and chopped up, and it could be a variety of different bottles. So this is a nice way to actually experiment with a brand and a type of bottle and material that you would never get anywhere else. So thanks for showing up, David. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate everybody being here, whoever's still here with me. So we've got our J bag, which has our 3 M5 by 22 screws and 5 M5 nuts, 3 M5 nuts. And so if you bought the mounting plate that I suggest, it comes with your 3 wheels, as well as the 3 screws and nuts that you can easily use right back on here if you don't choose to. They are a little longer than what we need. As you can see, it protrudes from the back a little. So if that bothers you, then you can use the smaller ones. I believe these are 34s, whereas I suggest going with the these are 30, I believe, whereas I suggest going with 22 to eliminate the extras. So we're just going to slip our nuts into the slots. You might need to temp these up a little with a lighter, or again, I got this little torch lighter that I absolutely love, but that will set those nuts in there a little better. If that becomes an issue, I haven't heard from too many people say that the last mount had issues, but sometimes I print things, or design things rather, a little too tight than they should be. So we're just going to mount the back plate onto the printed mount. And like I said, I'm working on different methods as far as how the mounts can go with the varying hot ends that you can use. Just had one and I think I moved it. I moved it. Where, oh where did I move it to? So this is one that I'm working on now, and I haven't tested it yet, though I have tested another one similar to this. But you can see I've literally just mounted the hot end to this PET1 printed plate, and so this is probably, I think I did 50% infill with 5 wall layers, being in PET 1. I wanted to get some bolts on here, but I ran out of length, so I might have to get a little longer on the screws. And I also put in a little piece of wood to hopefully dampen like some of the heat that would go into the bracket. But I'm really hoping that you can eliminate the $10 mounting bracket. But again, you will likely need to have an ASA or an ABS or a PET 1 in order to avoid it from pulling itself out. So for now, again, I'm very grateful that we can, again, eliminate some of our e-waste and still use our brackets. And even using PETG or ABS, there is some warpage amongst the pull and the heat, but nothing too significant where you're going to notice it. But again, I do suggest one of the first things that many people say, like, okay, now I've got my 3D printer, what do I 3D print? And so just once you use your pultrusion unit for the first time, you're going to have 3D filament that you're gonna, what can I 3D print with it? And you can 3D print trinkets and little small things, but it's nice to think what the material can actually do to benefit you. So again, it's weather resistant, so it would be really good for outside. It's heat resistant, so again, outside. Could be, go against the rain and everything else like that. So for our purpose with the Recreator 3D, again, suggesting that you do your mount with it, it's one of the first things to really show you how robust your material is if you did notice that your plate was melting your printed bracket. The second that you print it out of PET1, you're going to see just how strong it is. So again, I'm using what came with the bracket as far as the screws, and it does have a little offset, but once it sits on to the mount, you don't notice that offset because they're not going to be in the way at all, any kind of hindrance like that. They just a little longer, just a little silly, nothing too crazy. So we're going to use some of those M4 by 8mm screws and T-nuts from our satchel of 20 that we had. And we're going to put 4 of those on our mount. And then mount that down to our 2020s. Okay. So if anybody's questions, comments, keep them coming. Keeps me looking over there, talking while I'm screwing T-nuts to screws, because dear God, it's not like that's interesting. Can at least be talking about something beyond what I know to talk about. So concurrent users, if you're here and you're listening, ask me something. Keep me entertained while I entertain you. Alright, so if you are having a problem with your T-nuts setting in place, you want to just undo your screw, which undoes the T-nut a little, and then lock it back in place. Okay, so that's attached to that, and that's where our top's moving into. Okie dokie. So next we can work on. Let's work on our gears. So we're gonna pull from our H bag, which has our 1X M5 by 40 screw, our 1 M5 by 25 screw, and our 2 palm wheels and 2 M5 nuts. We're going to work with our printed gears. We've got 2 of them. We got our small gear that's going to go on our motor later. Then we've got spacers. We've got a spacer 1 and spacer 2. So in the spooler folder, again, we got our dual gear. We got a 2 offset and a 1 offset. So we're pretty much just putting the offset in between the screw. In between the. You're gonna put your palm wheel onto your screw, and then your offset. If I could get that out of my mouth. Then that goes on to the gear, and we put our nut in place. And of course he said, I don't have that size hex. I don't know if anybody else has gremlins, man, but my gremlins, and I know everybody complains, man, I gotta watch that asshole look for tools again. But yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes if you're watching a live video. You're gonna watch some asshole losing all his tools and all his bits and bobs and shit in between. Alright. Found it. Gridfinity. I need a Gridfinity. Yes. Yeah, a Gridfinity would be good. Who wants to print me one? Because I know I'm not. I wish. Yeah, maybe we can get Zach to print me one. So we're still dealing with our dual gear folder, top folder. I got the 40mm screw and our offset and our gear and our nut. Yeah, I love seeing what other community members make. You know, Zach Friedman's Gridfinity, that is insane, and I kind of have my own little Gridfinity going on, but not really. It's not as cool. It's not as fancy. I definitely need better organization, and as you can see on the desk, it kind of makeshift to what I'm working on at the time. So I got what is out that is needed for today, so that I'm trying to not look around for things that might not exist, but yeah, that's how it works sometimes. Alright, so we got our 2 gears, and these are gonna sit on each other like such, and then they've got their back offsets like such. So we're going to use some more of those M4 by 8mm screws and our T-nuts, and we're going to set those in place on our back spooler mount. You don't necessarily need all four, but if for structure and robustness, I would suggest it, but you can get away with just putting one on each side. There are corners to cut in this. Can't necessarily say what corners exactly. But just like with the MK5 kit, you don't necessarily need to print the entire case, especially around the power supply. But if you're somebody that likes to have a finished kit, doing that might be something that you want to do, or perhaps you've got kids around, or you're in a school environment and you're just looking to have things be a little extra safe. But I do know the printing of the MK5 kit case was a little much for some people, as it was around 400 grams. So again, it wasn't necessarily something you needed to print, but it just helped with the final aesthetics of the build. So before I mount this, like I'm going to, let's add the motor. And I think I had a motor out for this, and I stole it. And I stole it. So let's just take it back from what I stole it from, which was our single motor mount. Because, you know, it doesn't belong here right now. I need it. I need it, I need it, I need it. Got a lot of parts floating around this place, getting stolen from other parts, and it's kind of how things work out sometimes when you're working on multiple projects and trying to get stuff done. All right. Let's get the gear off here. If I can even do that. Ha! All right, timer. Let's see what we got for comments, timer. Any people commenting? Uh-oh. I got this one on good. I don't think we're using it. Gonna lose my cool. So if you're just printing the parts now, again, hopefully you heard me earlier, but there has been a couple revisions in the beta parts of what I released the other day. Wow, I think I made all these new gears super extra tight. Which isn't a bad thing, but is currently a bad thing for me needing one. All right, there we go. Establish contest. We got it. We got it. We got it. So again, yeah, if you're printing the parts now, make sure you're going to the current link in the video's description, which is going to printables.com, and that has the current revisions. We had a couple things switched around. The control board was actually the bottom model for the base. So that got updated and switched out. So if you don't know what I'm talking about now, you can go back about an hour or two ago. So I think we're going on about 2 hours, and I think I talked about that shortly after. All right, got our motor. Now we are going with a 42 by 40. If you go with the 42 by 34, it's likely going to struggle, though. With the fun size build, I have not tested a 42 by 34, and because of the way that the gears work, it might be able to work. Maybe not as fast, but I haven't tested it yet, so. All right, we got our G bag. G is the 4 M3 by 8 screws for mounting our motor. If I don't lose them in between. So the I am mounting the motor with the connector to the left, and that is just so that we're not, if we did it on the bottom here, which we normally do, it's going to have the wire hit the handle. So if you're trying to use the handle to have this portable, it wasn't really working the best, so I suggest mounting it onto the side. I've also have a new model other than what you're seeing here, which simply extends a couple little bumps where these two screws are, as I've opened up the holes a little, depending on, I want to say depending on the material you print with, you might have had more of a snug screw fitting. So I've opened up those a little to make it a little more accommodating to getting your screws mounted onto your motor. So we're just getting those screws mounted into the motor. What are you creating? I'm creating a Recreator 3D. So if you go to recreator3d.com at the bottom of our stream here, that will bring you to our website, and it will tell you all about Recreator 3D. It's a pultrusion unit, and it's taking soda bottles or plastic bottles, any kind of PET #1 plastic, stripping it down into a strip using our plastic bottle cutter, and from there we're putting it into a Hotend at temp and pulling that to load it onto our spooler, and then our spooler goes through a pultrusion process with our G code and pulls that strip forward through the Hotend, making a 1.75 homemade PET filament. So it's a rather fun process, and once you start getting into it, you realize that we got a lot of waste material that might not get properly recycled, and a lot of that material can be used for our rapid prototyping. And so as long as you've got the parts to work with, you can buy one-up parts brand new to make the fun size Recreator or the MK5 kit Recreator with the Ender 3. Or you can go on eBay if you've got the opportunity to find a inexpensive used In my case, I like to find the unrefurbished returns from Amazon, which tend to find their way on eBay, for about $90. For the most part, most of those printers have had extrusion issues or bed leveling issues from novice users, and outside of that, the rest of the unit's going to be probably pretty good. It can be a 50-50 shoot depending on the person you're buying from and their reliability. But a lot of companies now are starting to see that we can use their older return kits just even to refurbish them for ourselves. So if perhaps you're trying to build a farm inexpensively and you know how to fix a 3D printer, you can potentially have an entire farm for under $1,000, and each one of those units could have cost under $100 as long as you know how to fix and refurbish. So you could have a 10-unit farm for under $1,000 if you're good at refurbishing. So Recreator 3D's purpose is to facilitate and try to eliminate e-waste. So if you've got an older Ender 3 or another 3D printer bed slinger that by chance just isn't working for whatever reason, or you're just collecting dust, consider giving it a new life as a Recreator 3D. So a lot of people are starting to really look at what they're doing at home and the materials they're using, and then how they leave their home. So home recycling is likely going to be really big in 2023, especially the more we start working on different avenues and machines that can do different things for us. So the X3S firmware, I have firmware that was created by Nick Jones for the community over at XVico. So the X3S currently has a community firmware that 100% makes that unit 10 times better of a 3D printer. Outside of that, there is a custom Recreator firmware specifically for the X3S in the conversion to the MK3 Pro. If you're going that route with using a XVico X3S to make a Recreator from the MK3. That's what we started with initially, and you can still buy those printers for, I believe, about $170. So depending on what you want to do, the X3S kind of really, at the time, was the best bang for its buck. We were able to get those for about $100 at the time of the release initially, but things have changed. Eventually that unit will likely not be around much anymore, which is why we went with the Ender 3 and just going with basic 3D printing in general. So I didn't really mention what I was doing, and that was mounting our M8 screws, our M4 8mm screws with our T-nuts to our 2020 profile on our spooler mount with our fastened motor. So now that that's happened, I'm going to put on our small gear onto the motor, keeping in mind where it's notched on the shaft and where it's notched on the gear. After that's placed, we can place our other two gears. Again, we're going to sandwich them in such a way that they look like that. And let's see if I can maneuver this a little for us. There we go. So these are just we're gonna have our smaller one on the top front, and then the longer one on the second one down below. So those kind of get sandwiched in like such, and then pushed forward. And you'll want to be making sure that your motor gear isn't conflicting with the top gear. So everything should smoothly rotate in place. I like to take the hex tool a little and push up my motor gear just to put it in place. Again, as long as they're not constricting and they move good. Okay. From here, we can mount our front spooler holder. Again, using our M4 8mm and 2 T-nuts. And let me get that timer back on. That is really helping me. What are you creating? So, algorithms uniting. I don't know quite what that is. But, yeah. Thanks for being here, Whittails. Again, I'm not too quite sure what you're saying, but again, thanks for being here. Thank you for everybody being here. If you've got any questions or comments towards the build and what I'm working on or where I'm going with things, I'm kind of, right now I'm going on a short list of where I'm supposed to be within my build, and I'm within assembling the main parts, and I'm currently at the spooler. We've added some electronics, so we'll be finishing the electronics after that, as well as assembly of the hot end and drilling of the nozzle. That, for the most part, then combines all those build parts to finalize, which we can then strip a bottle, load the spooler, and run that G-code pultrusion command. So again, I'm just getting that's attached to the front here. And if your T-nuts aren't allowing you to lock in place, unscrew them slightly and then screw them back in place to drop them. Woo! It used to be a thing where you would use the spooler rod to make sure that things are aligned, and you can still do that. I have an 1/8 of an inch slightly off to the side here, and I think that's where I might have to accommodate, just tweak it a little. But we're just going to push this front spooler over about an 1/8 to just match up with the back side. I had end caps that we were using, which you could still probably use, so I'll think about that and if we're going to change anything out. But for the most part, your spooler rod should be able to go in there. You can take your spooler core, your front end cap, and then your main gear, and we can screw those together. Now, I'm not going to do this because I might have to take this apart later, but you can put super glue or some kind of glue onto the gear, the screw here, and then that way if you ever run into any issues where this could potentially unscrew itself, it'll be kept in place with the glue. I do have to remix this a little bit and drop the screw down slightly so that when you screw this in place, it connects easier and faster. Right now there's kind of like a gap, and I don't know if we can see it, but it's a slight gap. It's about a 1/16 of an inch gap that bothers me visually more than anything, but it also has the potential of catching your filament in such a way that I think it might cause issues or at least look bad aesthetically. So I will figure that out at some point. So we're gonna just take our spool gear out and did I goof? I goofed. Alright, so I goofed. I'm used to putting the front spooler on a certain way because that's how we were working with it. So this is on wrong. We need to spin this around. So that's my fault. So let's switch that around if you're working on it like that. My apologies, but so far I think that's the only big mistake that we've made. If we don't have to go through 5 times and redo the work that I've done once already, then we're good. I have a tendency to work backwards and upside down, so very much trying to not do that during this video. Alright, that was a quick easy fix, and now our spooler should just sit in place. So take your spool rod and get it started. Put your gear on the right spot, of course, and then push your rod forward. You should have just enough to lock that front lock in place, and our spooler is completed. Okay, so feeling good about that. Again, we got leftovers. We got our handle that still needs to go on place. Our bottle cutter is separate for the fun size unit, but as I mentioned, I am working on a mount. Did I already move it? I moved it so far away. So far away. Anywho, I don't know where it is right now, but again, it's a normal bottle cutter, just like this, but it's going to have the mount on it like this, so that if you choose to still use your bottle cutter as well as in the pultrusion process, it will pretty much sit just like such. So I know some people really like to pull from the bottle. At this point in time, I've kind of stopped. I only pull from the bottle if I'm demoing the unit to somebody, just so that they've got an idea of like, oh wow, that filament is being created from that plastic bottle. Wow. Rather than just seeing a strip already stripped, they're kind of like, well, where'd that strip come from? What is that strip? So once they see the soda bottle visually, they're like, oh my god, that's so amazing. And yeah, so we go from our strips into our unit, and we make our filament. So I think one of the best things to come out for the last four years now, I go back to 2018, the more people I talk to about pet pultrusion, the more people come out of the nooks and crannies. So I'm really trying to be diligent about Pet Pultruders United, where again we're united. It's not just Recreator, it's not just PetBot or PetPull or Polyformer or Petamentor or whatever you want to call yourself. You know, we're all got one goal in mind, and that's to take our strips and turn it into filament from our plastic waste. So yeah, I'm looking very forward to again facilitating more of the community as a whole, not just Recreator, but just everybody, so that people know more about pet pultrusion. Um, I said it at Earth. I'm not the first. I'm not the last. And I think the more that more people can start to talk about it, and it's going to expand beyond Pet 1. We've already been doing HDPE, PP, and a combination of the two with Pet 1. So now you've got like hybrid materials, which is just great. There are some things that we shouldn't be using within our recycling bin. I believe like number 5, no, 5 is maybe kosher. There's like 2 or 3 that we just shouldn't go and use in the Hotend and then 3D print with, just as far as toxicity and potential, off breathing with what it could be for the temps that it's printing at. So the process of pultrusion is not for every material. It's the best for Pet 1, but as we are seeing, people are experimenting with HDPE as well as PP. It's just a different speed as well as temperatures, but it's really awesome to see that that's happening. So I'm going to take a quick moment and check in on the comments. So why not print the gear and the spool together? I'm not too sure what you mean by that and how it could potentially be printed together, but like anything else, I welcome anybody to share their ideas and expand on what we've established. Other brands have formed and established from Recreator to do their own thing and experiment with their own methods. And I welcome anybody back to Recreator 3D to expand on our ideas and help push that forward. There are varying methods to how a pet pultruder could be created as well as refined, and I am not an engineer. I am an artist, and they are two very different things. So I don't have a technical background. I have a broad artistic background, and that makes me see things a certain way that may be restricted to others. Because of my limited ability in design, I'm not able to hit all the aspects that I wish I could that others are able to. So again, I welcome anybody back into the community to look at what I've put out, to revise it, to make it better, to expand on it, to duplicate it. I saw somebody take the MK5 kit, which I thought I had already made it robust enough, and they mirrored it and duplicated it and made it 10 times more robust. I've not tried it. I'm excited for something like that, especially for people who are getting into using pet pultruders beyond one pull. Some have gone and used 2 extruders and are doing 2 extrusions amongst the pultrusion process. I have not seen 3 yet, but I personally am working on a quad unit that will pull 4 units all at the same time. I've seen another pultrusion unit setup where they have put 4 individual pultruders into one setup, and it's mind-blowing to think too, like if you have that much production and plastic waste to be able to put through needing a 4-end pultrusion process, that's amazing that you're able to have that much plastic to be able to facilitate your needs to create your own homemade filament, and you won't have to buy filament ever again if you've got that situation. So for under $150, I think really most pet pultrusion units you can get for around that price, which I say for the Ender 3, if you could find an unrefurbished used return or anything like that, somebody's trying to get rid of it, that's your best bang for your buck. If you can keep this under $100, being able to reach into your recycling bin, pull out a plastic bottle, and convert it into filament. Most prints that I do are larger, but you can get away with just a 25 gram, you know, just a basic little trinket, which a lot of people do with 3D printing. But then you're gonna expand on that with your filament runout sensor, or I'm using a Mosaic Palette Pro 2, which is more of a professional way to seam and streamline all that stuff. So I know I'm getting distracted by chatting, but I know I'm also trying to keep an eye on our questions and comments. So bottlenecks and bottoms. So tops and bottoms of bottles are being shredded, at least on my end. I've bought a unit from Do-It-Yourself Chen. It seems like sales have been up and down for Do-It-Yourself Chen as far as his ability to be able to produce these units for the community. I don't want to say that there's not enough interest to be able to facilitate the needs to accommodate making them. That's very low right now, and it's only going to accumulate trending. So if somebody's having a hard time right now making the units because there's not enough interest, that's only going to catapult forward as far as people's interest in it. So I really feel like more companies need to, if they're not able to facilitate the ability to make the units, they can at least know that they're in the right spot and the right trend to where things are going to eventually be. We need shredders that can pulverize, and right now the majority of shredders on the unit in the commercial community aspect of things are not pulverizing. So we need shredders that make our plastic almost into a powder, and that will be the best and easiest way to be able to extrude it, even just in a head that's attached to our 3D printer. Because right now we're working with like chunks of PET on most standard shredders. So you need to have a good wide drill bit in your extruder if you're making extruded filament from those shreds to be able to take in those big chunks of shreds that your shredder, if you're working with a larger shredder that's making more chunks rather than powder. So Roman Nishkashev over at PetBot, I know Navatech, he's making an extruder. He's got plenty of extruders out right now, but he's focused on his desktop shredder. And I wish we could get more stuff from him locally and globally, especially cost effective, because ultimately with pulverizing, again, you're going to be able to go into different extrusion methods for just head extruders. So if you're taking all this method away from these giant machines that just specifically make filament, you can now say, okay, well, that's now been reduced to the size of my normal extruder, and my normal 3D printer can accommodate that head and then can accommodate the powder rather than the chunky shreds. So we're really just like how Fun Size has refined from an MK5 kit, which used to be, 3 feet long, maybe not that long, maybe like 2.5, but now we're literally at 6 inches. So as pet pultrusion moves forward, you're going to just see it get smaller, easier, more refined, and better, because it really is not more than just the hot end and the motor. So again, we really need to look into shredding options. Tops and bottoms can go back into your recycling bin. Unfortunately, they likely won't have the #1 logo on them, and once they get to your recycling center, they're more than likely to be incinerated rather than properly packaged, or however that ends up working once it's at your recycling facility. You got to think there's a lot of electronics going on, a lot of electricity, gas, and so if you've got all these units running around pushing plastic from one corner to another, from one facility to another facility, from one city to another city, from one state to another state, from one globe to another globe. That's all emissions. That's all gas emissions. That's all carbon footprint. And so if you can eliminate that at your house and not have that waste go forward, you know, again, amongst a global gas shortage and money being astronomical and product being astronomical, you're not just saving global aspects, you're saving things within your house. And yes, you are now using your own electricity and your own water for cleaning and everything else in between, but somewhere around the line things equal out, and they equal out in a better situation overall globally as an environmental impact to keep the stuff at home. If it doesn't need to leave your home, it's better. And as far as a product that you've already purchased, you've already spent money on this plastic. And for the most part, not a lot of people are giving that back to you. If anything, that's part of the price tag when you go and buy one of these things. 5 cents comes off as a redemption cent. It's like, okay, 10 cents for other places. I just did a pretzel jug. I won't see any money for that pretzel jug in any sense of anything, from recycling to my trash center or anything. So to be able to actually convert that into filament from a 5-liter jug, that I didn't quite get how much of a yield I got off of that, but that's at least around 75 grams. So if you think you just got a thing of pretzels and it took you all month to eat, and now you've got a jug of plastic that can give you 75 grams of filament, that's your next print from a pretzel jug. You don't need to rely on China giving you filament or even the facility down the street from you if you've got a plastic filament factory local to you. You are that factory, you are that facilitator, and you've got so much more control over the material that you're using at that point. Again, if we're getting into HDPE and PP, and then the combo of the two with PET 1, we're on another level that no one can compete with. So, all right, back to the comments, and then I'll get back to the build. Let's see. I'm trying to do a combo of the both. So as far as the parts that changed and what changed exactly, I had the bottom part previously wasn't flipped. And I've been trying to flip all the parts so that when you download the parts, you can just print them. You shouldn't have to reorientate them or anything. They should just be printable as is. For the most part, things don't need supports, so you should be able to go supportless. And again, how you download them is how they are intended to be printed. So the initial release on Christmas, the bottom base for this part was reversed. So other than it not being printed how I wanted it to be printed, it should be able to be printed without any issues. The one part that got switched with the bottom part and the top part, the Ender 3 board for mounting the board to the mount was listed as the bottom plate. So there was a duplicate model of the bottom plate in replacement to what should have been the mount for the control board. So that's been renamed, re-uploaded, and reprocessed. So if you downloaded before today, you should be able to re-download those files, and they should be able to integrate back into what you've already downloaded. You'll likely be asked, do you want to replace this file? Just hit yes, and you'll be good to go. Those will overwrite each other, and you'll be on par to where I'm at right now. So beyond that, not much has changed. we're really trying to make this like a beta release without it being needed to be reprinted or anything like that. So there's been a couple people playing with this model since I went beta, beyond going beta. So with everything that I've released, there's only been a couple tweaks here or there, and they're nothing too crazy. So all right, I'm gonna reset my timer. We're at 2 hours and 35 minutes, which is where I wanted to wrap. So let's shoot for 3 hours, and we can work on the extruder now. So I've got my spooler all set. Again, that makes my top mount. So this is kind of like my top mount, and we can remove it like this so that if you need to get at your electronics here, you can kind of do one of these. You'll be able to undo the screws and put it off to the side like this. And you should be able to like have enough where it's kind of sitting like this, and you're working with your power supply being connected like such. And so if you need to, you should be able to get back into this easily enough without kind of feeling like, oh man, I can't get in there easy enough. And I really focused on trying to make this so that you can open it back up and work on it, even though once you're built and established, you shouldn't ever need to get back in here unless you're trying to build off of it. Again, because we're using the 3D printer boards, we're only using the extruder motor, but that doesn't mean that you can't come up with some G-code to use the other motors. Perhaps you want to, and eventually I hope to have an automated bottle cutter with a motor that you would be able to have a secondary motor. And if you wanted to, we can either use the extruder motor and connect to that and have that piggyback to make its own automated bottle cutter. Or if we wanted to, we could have like a secondary XYZ and be using those as different kind of motors and different things we could do. So it's things to think about, things to expand on. I wanted to make the fun size kit as universal as the MK5 has been, as far as being able to at least use a generic LCD or control board, with the idea that you should be able to get the 12 volt power board that we're using here, the power brick, the PSU, or again, if you wanted to, you can go the route of an external power brick, and then that way you can go with your 24 volt and still go with the fun size, because you will need the 24 volt power supply to stay within this size. Otherwise, you'll go to an MK5 kit. All right, so again, I'm trying not to get lost in the comments, but some more people are coming in, and I'm trying to stay on to the build. So I'll check back on the comments when the timer goes off. Let's get back to the build. We're getting into the hot end. So as I mentioned, we don't need to drill our heatsink. And again, we're going to be working with just the standard Ender 3, and that you can see the little lip in there. We were eliminating it for a while with a stepless drill bit or a step drill bit, depending on what you can get. But let's see if we can show the two in there so you can see where. Let's see. That, and boom. All right, so you can see the one here has been drilled, and it's a lot more open, whereas the one here hasn't been drilled, and it's not as open, but it's open enough where we don't need to drill it. So as long as you're staying with an Ender 3 or an Ender 5 hot end from Creality, you should be able to not drill. And again, initially we were only drilling because we were working with the X3S, and that gave us this heatsink that didn't have anywhere near the opening that we have on the Ender 3. So we really needed to have the stepless drill bit go into this in order to make it the size that holds. And so you can see that those are two varying different sizes. Let's see if I get that in there. There we go. So yeah, you can see right there, that's like a huge difference. Huge difference. Whereas again, if we go back to an original Ender 3 head, you know, it's opening up so much more. And let's just compare the three of them, if we can. There we go. You can see that the top one's been drilled, and the bottom one is standard, and the middle one is the X3S. And so you can see that, you know, these are definitely like, on the X3S you needed to open that up. But on the bottom Ender 3 head standard, that's just wide enough. That's an 8mm strip, even up to 10 or 12 millimeters, shouldn't have any issues. So if you're like beyond 14, 16, 18 millimeter strip width for whatever reason you might be going that, that's going to be more like paper thin water bottles, which I tend to avoid altogether. So I know I was asked to talk more about the hot ends, so I just wanted to again reiterate on that. We can also talk about our nozzles a little bit, and I'll see if I can get this in a shot. So there are a few different nozzles that you can get right now, and I do suggest going with the wider nozzles rather than a standard nozzle. Let's see. So our standard nozzle, whoa, losing everything. Our standard nozzle is not too wide, but then we can go to the next step up from that, and it makes a little wider of a nozzle, and that allows for mounts like this. So like the next wider nozzle will sandwich these two parts together so that you can just use an L bracket and a hot end. But I much prefer the, I believe it's an E3 M6 nozzle. And this is nice because it actually opens, well, actually, I'm saying like the M3, the E3D doesn't have as much as an opening. And I'm not too sure what the other M6 comes from that isn't as wide, but has a wider core. No, these are hard to see right now. But the wider core you have, the more easier it is to pull the strip through. So if you're working with a nozzle that might not be as wide as this, you can widen it with, again, that stepless bit, or just try to find a nozzle that can accommodate the core of a PTFE tube. I believe it's just the standard PTFE tube that's going to be able to travel along inside of this. But yeah, I mean, either way, moving forward, hopefully with the LDO kits, we're going to go with that wider and bigger throat, as well. Slice works with an X that I've been promoting, that sent me a Kangaroo KP3. They're going to be working with me on getting a round of nozzles that I can at least test and try. So there will be some nozzles that I can sell to the community members that also want to experiment with those, but eventually they'll end up in our kits, so that no drill bits are needed. You just put our kit together and go. But drilling these isn't bad at all. I'm going to actually show you how to do that in the next step. Let me just check in real quick on some of the comments. All right. So hey, I appreciate everybody in the comments helping out everybody else in the comments. That super makes me appreciative that people are knowing what's going on and can relay messages back to people. So again, I appreciate anybody taking care of anybody in the comments, keeping other people good if I'm not talking about it. Yeah, let's get into it. So I had that bigger screw that I kind of put in with this for whatever reason. I included the larger screw for the spool holder, so that's just off to the side for me. We're gonna have our hot end, and I've already got my nozzle. In here, but I'm gonna do up another nozzle while we're doing everything. But I'm just gonna use this one as the example of moving forward. So again, you can see where I chamfered the heat block a little with just an offset. You don't necessarily need to do that, but it can help the travel. So again, it's not needed, but it can help. And if you're able to do the same thing with your nozzle in the hole of where it sets into, let's see if it focuses. But anyway, if you can get in here and kind of chamfer this and drop it down a little, it just helps your initial filament strip go through easier. Again, it's not 100% needed, but it can help. So you want to use the right screws. I do tend to blow things out a little bit, which it doesn't really matter. It's just going to bend the wings that are on your heatsink. But again, if you've got just the right screw size, which I've listed to tap into these, it should be fine. But we've got a little over. So we want to be going in the opposite way. So if you get the head that I suggested for this, you should be good to go. You likely just need to take it apart, take the throat off and out, because we're not working with that. The hot end needs to be connected to the heatsink, and that way the heat from the block goes all the way into the sink. Normally it would be the opposite, and so we're doing a lot of things in the opposite on pultrusion that many people are used to for extrusion. So a lot of people are asking, can we do things a certain way, but they ask it in such a way that it relates back to extrusion rather than pultrusion. And so again, we're just working with a different technique. So there's different phrases, there's different words to use, and a different understanding of what exactly is going on. So again, we're not getting the plastic to a molten state. The PET one is literally reforming and curling amongst the whole of the heatsink and the extruder and the nozzle all in combo. Alright, so again, you're just going to attach those screws back to here, and you don't want any gap in between, and that's just so the heat block brings heat into the heatsink. I've got couple other screws set up for the shroud, which I have decided that apparently I don't need. So we're going to just steal it from another one like I've been doing so that we can keep the build going. Oh, you son of a bitch. Alright, so I'm just going to take this off real quick, and then I'll have an example for us. My apologies for not having it beforehand, but it's just a quick fan removal, and I'll be back in front of you in just a moment. All right, quick fan removal. And we just want our plate. So again, this is, I've had so many times where I've put my arm down on just an extruder mount like this, where you're just like, oh yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna, oh, and then you're branded. But at least if you're going down and you've got the shroud is a good, nice protection. So if you're in a school environment, you got kids around, even if you are accident prone yourself, for $10, save yourself from branding your arm. And it's very easy to do by not paying attention if you don't include it. But again, if you feel like $10, I'd rather save that $10 for beer, for a book, for a movie. I'm not gonna burn myself, then you don't use it. So I'd like to say that you should be able to reduce like about $20 to $30 from the build if you feel like you want to. So I do have to inadvertently crimp a JST connection to this, which you can either keep the wires stock and curl them up and tie them down, or if you know how to add connectors and JST connections, I would suggest that you shorten these down. But like anything else, that would require several tools. That you may or may not have, or the desire to own them. So one of those is a wire stripper. So we're going to start and strip those wires real quick. And then we're going to add the JST connections. Okay, so my wires are exposed there. With adding my JST connections, let's see if I can get it down here. I like to use some needle nose pliers or jewelry pliers and just crimp that down a little before I hit it with my crimpers. But that should be a good connection there. Just give it a tug test. Get your next one going. Again, so I don't lose the crimper, I'm going to just hit it with my jewelry pliers and then just kiss that. Okay. And then we're going to add our connector now. It doesn't matter how you connect these in because it's just the thermostat. Just make sure your wires are good, your connection's good. You don't need one on the extruder as we're just going to be putting that in. I have a trusty wiring diagram which I will include in the future build notes. I like having that around just as my own safety of remembering where everything's going to be going. So we're going to connect these to our board, and our hot end is the last end here. Again, it doesn't matter if it's what size they're getting connected into. It doesn't matter if it's black or red on your board, as the thermostat and hot end don't really worry about any of that. Oh, this is maybe where it takes a little extra finagling to make sure you're able to connect everything properly while holding on to everything. Again, we're just putting in our hot end now. So you can get away with using PLA on your gears and stuff like that. They may just wear down initially, eventually, but for the most part, like you can get away with using PLA on the gears. The only thing I wouldn't use PLA on is the heat bracket. Anything heat related, you want to have at least be PETG. PETG is going to be a lot better than ABS as far as working with it, as far as what your printer might be able to print for you. But yeah. So next on our bed, as far as putting in the thermostat, our board rather, we've got our X, Y, and Z, and then our TB and our TH. That's thermo bed and then thermo heater. We're going to add that thermo heater to the TH, and our heating element as has been installed. We can at this point also connect our power supply to our board. That's going to be this part here, and we've got red and black, so we're going to be positive and negative. So holding the board like this with my diagram. Again, if you're not 100% with yourself as far as installing this stuff, double check a guide, double check with somebody that you know might have a little more experience. We want to keep things safe. I've almost electrocuted myself several times, so make sure nothing is powered on, nothing is plugged in. Even if you are being safe and think you know what you're going through and doing, double check that these things aren't powered on. Okay, so we can add our extruder motor wire as well. We're going to put that into the extruder. From here, we can take that cord and put it through our hole. And really, that's all we're worried about. We're worried about powering up the board from our power supply. We're worried about getting power from our extruder motor to our motor. We're going to be installing the LCD soon, but our hot end goes here and our thermo to there. My LCD wire is rather long, so I would suggest that you use a zip tie and at least zip tie some of that length into a roundabout organized cabling. I don't know. Get words out of my mouth right now while I'm thinking. But again, as much as you can wire manage as possible, being in such a small space, let's try to do that. So I'm going to just plug into the front here. So on the Ender 3 board, we want to make sure that we are in the left, the farthest connection on the left, I believe. So if your LCD is facing you, I believe the port on the left is where we're going to connect to on the LCD, and then into our board. This is a good time to power up your unit and make sure that it's working. Before you do that, make sure there's no electronics that are touching anything and that your fingers aren't where you need them not to be, because we're going to power up. So powering up here before we put it all together will let us know which units maybe did not get installed correctly. But we've got our LCD screen and menu showing up. I've got a negative on my bed, which is fine on the Ender 3 boards. It will still run the G-code command without the bed being thermostated. And then our hot end looks good as far as the thermostat. So from here, I'm happy. The one thing that you can do, which I haven't really talked about much, but on our, if we've got our digital multimeter, we can look into the VREF of the motors and how much they're giving us. So for the most part, I don't go beyond 0.95, though most of your motors should be able to go up to 1.5. Let's see. I'm going to attach my positive to my screw, and I'm going to go to my motor screw. Let's see if I can show this at all. Bottom corner. Looks alright. So you're going to find your extruder and this little screw here, and you're going to put the multimeter on the red on your screw, on your screwdriver, and then on the power on your brick down here where you've got your power going to the black. So right now you can see that my meter is reading 1.21, so I actually want to bring that down if I can. The screwdriver isn't the best for this. I just lost it. So we want to bring that down to 0.95. At least that's where I like to bring it, and you might have a difference of opinion as far as what I like to what you like and what you think is more standard of a practice than what I'm currently doing. So let's just see if we can get back in with that number, which we can kind of see there, and you can see that I just brought that up, and I want to bring that down. And again, I'm just going to 95. It's very, very easy and temperamental. So as long as you can get it to about 95, you're good. Again, you can bring that to about 1.5, which should be the tolerance of your unit. Again, I just did this with a multimeter. I went to DCV at 20. And that's just going to give you more of like a rounded number for your motor. And with the pultrusion G-code numbers that we're using, that should keep everybody on the same spec. Eventually I'll get into E-stepping, which would further push that, but our G-code command is so easy, it's nothing complicated, where if you're running a little slow, it's not too bad, whereas again, if you should be able to go a lot faster too, so you can work with that VREV. Okay, I'm going to power off, remove my power cord. From here, we're going to get this on here so that I can at least mount our extruder. Again, our wires are going to come up through, and I might have to, nope, I can sneak that through. I'm going to sneak that through, which is nice. Make sure all your wires are sitting in good. Nothing is too restrictive. And you're good. So we'll get that hot end down here. Again, you might need to move some of these wires back a little. Tuck them down into the case better. And then I've got my F bag, which has my two M3 by 16 millimeter screws for my heatsink mount to the back support. Just put my timer back on. We're at 3 hours. I wanted to be wrapping by now. And we're almost there. I'd say another 10 minutes we'll be wrapped with the build, and then another 10 minutes I can show you how to pull and extrude. Alright, so just make sure your mount's on there nice, tight. And again, safety first, so I'm going to be adding my fan shroud, even though it doesn't have any fans in it. I got those two smaller screws for the mounts. Forget at this point what bag they came from. But that's okay. We'll figure that out down the road. You probably have a good idea about what screws will hold the mount fan shroud bracket. Oh my god, words coming out of my mouth. Okay, so that's connected to that. That's connected to this. Now we've got our motor. You can connect the, we'll not connect that right away, just because we still need to add the remaining screws. Also, at this point, it's just going to be our T-nuts. Let's get those those M4 by 12 millimeter screws and our T-nuts for our back handle. And we might have to do this a little differently than I am thinking about at the moment. But let's take this, again, the top off to the side. And we got those screws in there. Let's get the T-nuts mounted. Not totally screwed down, but just loose enough to where we can finagle it later. So I don't know if one of my cameras is catching what's going on right now. Alright, so you can kind of see that I got those T-nuts and screws in place. We're going to do the same with the front. Just to get us started. Nothing too tight, as we'll be tightening them up once we add the top to the base. Let's see. So the new parts are on printables.com. The new parts were kind of integrated back into the mix. So if you have already downloaded a couple days ago, just download the new package and update your files. So again, don't overthink this project as far as printing material. A lot of it can be printed in PLA. I do suggest PLA Plus over PLA, just to have a little more robustness as far as the material goes. But outside of just this mounting plate, should be in anything that can handle heat resistance, but the rest of the unit can be printed in PLA. Again, if you find anything melts or doesn't hold up over time, reprint it. I've never used ASA, so I can't suggest ASA, but most people who are printing for high material resistance for heat is suggesting ASA. It seems comparable to ABS as far as how you can print with ABS with a, if you need an enclosure, all hot and metal, I'd suggest going to PETG if you don't have the enclosure, as it's just as good. Maybe not as good, but comparable for printing. It's easier to print with than ABS. And then again, if you can get some PET 1, the PET 1 is going to be one of the most reliable materials that you've printed for heat resistance. So again, we're just going to now attempt to just loosen up these screws a little, and I think we got to put this together differently than how I intended. So the original unit that I made, which I've already shown off, this doesn't have multiple parts like this one has. This is just one shell been printed as one part, and I'm able to like flex the front forward and flex the back backwards, which at the moment, because of how we've constructed this with the 12 screws, it doesn't have as much flex as it had. So we are going to have to put one side in first and then get the other side in second. So we will focus on the handle first, as that can be a little more of a challenge. So with your handle already being attached with your screws, we should be able to angle it to such a degree where, again, like you're kind of, let's see, putting it like that and going down and forward along those nuts, and then we should be able to tighten them down as long as they're not putting any kind of expansion on anything. So again, loosen to tighten. So drop the nuts by loosening them. Don't go too far or you'll lose them altogether. And the same for the other side. Once you've got that attached, just give it a good grip. Make sure it's actually done its thing, and then we'll focus on the front. So again, we've got we can bring the screws in from the side, so you can just put those into the side, and that actually lined up perfectly for where I need to be. So, like anything else, they need to be lined up perfectly. So, I've already messed that up. So just get the get your T-nut in there as much as you can. Align it where you can with your hex tool, and then get your screw in place. And screw that in. Alright, same on the other side. And we're good. So one of the things with the fun size unit, you know, we haven't attached any fans to it, which is one of the cool things about the fun size unit, is we've eliminated the fans. So that's why you want to make your spooler with extra width to it, so that it can go against any kind of heat that's coming in. And yeah, I might have to adjust a couple things just because this does feel a little loose from where I have my other unit, but that might just be a little tweaking here and there to fine-tune everything. So if things feel a little loose, just move some stuff around, and you might have to push the spooler in just a little. And outside of that, though, moving forward, I will tweak things accordingly, or add a spacer if needed, if some people have already printed this part and feel like they don't want to reprint it. You can just toss a spacer in instead. But that worked a little bit for me. So, all right, we are built. Other than that, we've got our front end, which I do need to include this turn cap. This is somebody created a remix on printables.com that I really like, of just being able to take a standard soda bottle cap and screw that in place. Otherwise, I've got like a wing knob on printables.com that you can download, so depending on what you like, you can either put your wing on, but I think adding the soda bottle knob with your favorite soda bottle saying really adds to the pultrusion process, so it lets you know that you're recycling. But other than that, we are built. I feel like I've got a couple extra screws, but that might be okay. And outside of that, we're going to use this motor wire and connect the motor. You can see how, again, I wanted the motor to not be necessarily distracted or lost within the handle. So we can move that around and that just gets tucked back in. And yeah, that's that. We've made a Recreator 3D fun size. So next thing is to test it. I'm at about 3 hours and 20 minutes. I am way past what I wanted, but I think we can do a test within the next 10 to 20 minutes, as well as show a quick nozzle boring. And then I can start my brick oven pizza oven and have some pizza for the night. So all you need is some standard pliers, nothing crazy. We do need a drill. I love my Ryobi products. And we do need a 1.16th drill bit, which is pretty standard. It's going to make a 1.6 nozzle diameter. So one of the things to get that nozzle in place to where we need it, I usually just grab standard filament from a roll filament that I have. And for the most part, that should be around 1.75 millimeter-ish. And that's what we're aiming for. So we're going to drill the nozzle out until we're able to accommodate the filament, standard filament, going through it. It's not necessarily a science, but that's what I do. And again, eventually, hopefully, we will have the community worked out where different facilities are starting to understand that we need nozzles like this, and we'll be able to buy them off of places like Amazon. So again, I'm just bringing in my nozzle. I'm connecting it into my pliers, nothing crazy, just a grip. Then I'm going to go into the center from the back and put a little forward pressure in. I'm going to just forward here with trash underneath me. Let's see. But again, we're not doing anything crazy, just going and drilling. That does put brass dust everywhere, so make sure you've got a trash can or somewhere to not make things messy. But you can see that put a hole into our nozzle, and it's nothing too crazy. Right now I might stop at the 1.6-ish nozzle, as I say, because I might be using a Palette 2 Pro, and the way that brings in filament in a certain diameter, it tends to struggle with standard filament at standard sizes of 1.75. So again, if I was using a Palette Pro to actually make my filament and seam it, I'd be using a smaller diameter nozzle, just like how I just did, and I'd leave it alone. But like I mentioned, I'm trying to facilitate a 1.75. So I'm trying to get my standard nozzle bored out enough to be able to pass through standard filament. So in order to keep doing that, it's nothing crazy. We just put the nozzle back onto our drill bit and drill while we kind of rotate the nozzle. Nothing crazy, but we want to do that several times, again, until the filament just passes through. You can overshoot this. I have overshot it. I've also gotten 1.7, oh my god, 1.75 drills, which overshoot into a 1.8. So if you think like, oh, I'll just get the drill bit to accommodate for the size I need, you can easily overshoot and make your filament more wide than you need it. So I'm just using the drill bit to core back and forth, kind of like a saw with your drill bit. And it's usually takes me one, you know, I'd say like 3 or 4 times, a couple passes. But you're just trying to open up that nozzle as much as you can, again, to make your filament just pass. And so like you should have some restriction on that nozzle as far as your filament going through it and traveling through it. If it goes through too easy, then you've likely blown past your 1.75. But ultimately, that's nothing crazy. If you got just a standard drill bit, the drill bits you can get at Walmart for like $1.75. The drill, you know, pick your poison. Do you want a $15 electric drill, or do you want a $80 cordless drill? So it really depends on what you want. So again, that was how I make my nozzle. If I was to put it back onto my hot end here, I would just be screwing it on like normal. Nothing crazy. And then you can see that, again, like if you were able to hollow out or ream that nozzle end, it would have just a little easier, less restriction to load and thread this at the initial. So let's actually show that off. So I've already got an SD card in here. Many people don't seem to realize that they just need to load their SD card with the G-code that I've provided in several spots. Right now you can find it at Recreator3D.com at the varying builds that are with this. Right now in beta, I don't have the SD card files ready for it, but you can just use the standard MK5 kit's G-code to run with this. There will be some slight tweaking afterwards to make it run a little faster if you decide to, but for the most part right now I still need to interject those into the fun size package, but they can be used from the other varying projects that have already been released. So let's get my mini spooler real quick, which is, this is also attached with the beta because we're using the spooler to hold our pre-stripped bottles rather than using, again, the bottle cutter that I will also release down the road, where if you choose to have the bottle being cut by the puller, we'll have that option too. But I've pre-stripped some soda bottles with my community bottle cutter. I've got that in varying videos, so we're not going to rehash on that right now. But I'm just going to load my mini spooler. Side we attach a little clip there. I've got my little spooler guide that helps things get spooled up a little faster. Just insert that. Alright, so this is not the quickest way, but gets us clean and organized. Now this can only accommodate a 2-liter bottle at this size. It will accommodate as well as a 1-liter, but I think some people have tried to stick 3-liter bottles into this recently and it just didn't work. So I will plan on making a 3, a 4, and a 5 variant size if I can, or somewhere in between. Most people don't seem to be going over 5 liters, so I think that's where I will try to shoot for as far as the next size up from the 2-liter. So I like to have sharp precision scissors. So we want to be making a threading strip, just like you would be threading a needle. We're going to be threading the diameter of our nozzle. So we want to be able to make sure that we're accommodating that 1.75, so make something smaller than that. And then we just go, make sure that's nice and straight. Sometimes you can use your eye, works out to load this up a little better, but once you're loaded and through, we want to take a binder clip. Oh, binder clip. Binder clip, binder clip. Oh, we're going to take a binder clip and we're going to just clip down the filament. Show you on this side right there. Yeah. So we're just going to take the binder clip and clip the filament so that it doesn't kick back on us when it's heating up. So from there, I just put the spooler on the side here. We turn on the fun size unit. And it's easy. So again, I've already loaded my SD card. You just take the G-code files that we provided, put them on the SD card, install the SD card, and again, we're just running basic firmware at the time being. So we're just going to go into our menu, and we're going to go to Control. We're going to go to Temperature, to Nozzle, and we're going to bring temp to 210. Once you've temped it, you can go back to your main menu, to your info screen, and you can watch the temperature rise to 210. While that's going on, I think it's an excuse to check out the comments. So I appreciate everybody being here again. Thanks for witnessing the first build of the Recreator 3D Fun Size. It only took us about 3.5 hours of rambling and bambling and trying to stay the course of the build and not get distracted, but I think we had some good comments, some good questions, some good talking points. And yeah, that took about 3 hours. So as much as a build will take when you're talking and trying to not be distracted, that's about typical for a live build video. I think you should be able to build this within an hour to 2 hours worth of time, depending on what you've prepped and where you plan on moving things. So before I lose my strip, I'm going to pull it forward a little as my binder clip fell off. And so again, the point of the binder clip is when this starts to heat up, it will likely pull backwards. So you're just trying to not lose the thread being threaded amongst it being heating, because then you will easily not be able to thread the heated hot end. So we want to thread before we heat, and then once we're heating, we want to pull towards the spooler. So again, the SD card files for the fun size haven't been released, as there are slight tweaks just to make it go what I'm calling ludicrous. There's several other projects that go ludicrous speed, and this, I've tried 1800 as far as the speed, which is a lot faster than we've been going. I can do about 25 grams in about 15 minutes. It hasn't had too many issues, but again, that's the ludicrous speed. It's not what I suggest, but we can go that fast. SD card G-code files can be found at Recreator3D.com. They are in the MK3 downloads. They are in the MK5 downloads. You just go to those links to those pages, and they are right there to download. You can also go to the varying places that all the files can be downloaded from as well. They all should have the SD card in the SD card folder, which has now been renamed to the SD card / G-code folder for whatever reason. I don't know why people can't find the G-codes, but they are literally everywhere. So as much as I can go through and re-emphasize where they are, what and what they're used for, I don't know why it's the main thing that people seem the most held up on at this point. So for the fun size build, as far as what we've done today, I will be adding those into the current download folder, which they are not. But again, you can find them in varying locations of other Recreator 3D builds. It's really easy to find. Just look for the SD card / G-code folder. Take those G-code files, dump them onto an SD card, and load for pultrusion. So again, this is nice and tempt. I tend to put pressure on the spooler here, but you can also grab the handle depending on where you're at. Again, your arm can easily go over that hot end area, so that fan shroud really helps. But we're just going to pull just a couple inches forward, as we don't really have to go too far anymore. I'm gonna just go a little bit more. And then I tend to load on the front, but there are loading abilities on the back as well. Keeping in mind, you can put current back from your motor into your board, so don't move your spooler too much while you're loading it, but we want to just bring the filament into one of those holes, and then we just give it a little snug. Break half of it, but we just want to tension it into those holes, so once it starts to spool, it holds tension. Alright, Sorry if I keep picking at my face. I feel like I got a nose hair bugging me. So again, from here we go into back to our screen. We're going to print from our TF. Again, I currently have the wrong phrasing in here. It's the ludicrous instead of the ludicrous settings. But I'm going to just go to 900, which is what we've got in there as a standard, as a high speed on the MK5 kit spooler. So that should go pretty smooth, pretty light. 900 would probably be like the low setting that I would suggest for the fun size puller. So this is going to pull relatively slow in comparison to the MK5 kit, which is where I've upped this to the ludicrous setting of 1800, and to be able to do 25 grams in 15 minutes is like, yes, that's exactly where we wanted to be. Where at one point when we were trying to go that fast with the Pro, or any other variation, we were never able to make it go really fast without having issues. So now it can go super fast without issues, and it's in a fun compact size. So I'm super excited about the fun size unit and just getting it out to everybody. You can see that we literally just built that within the last 3 hours, and we are pultruding with it right now. So I'm so glad that I could literally just go through this build how we just did it, as much as it took a little longer than I wanted to, but we are up and running without any issues. So that makes me feel super good. I might not have all the written instructions perfectly together, and I apologize to anybody who's been following the build video with me today, but this is a beta release. This is not the official fun size full kit release yet. I hope to take today's video and write back down on my notes from what I have and revise them, and then take those to the next step and build another fun size unit for a actual commercial video build, which would coincide with our LDO motors release of the kits, which we're pushing forwards to. I've got things to LDO so that they can start to prep on what they need to prep on. We will be moving forward with the Ender 3 board and LCD as far as what we're using for components, just to keep it easy. We are looking into Robin 1.2 boards as well as LCDs, so that we've got some options to work with. If we can come up with a custom option to reduce prices, we will go that route as well. But right now, I'm just trying to move forward to get this kit into people's hands as best and easy as possible. And to do that, has the Ender 3 board and LCD has just been the easiest to get globally, as well to work with. And using Marlin, we've got several people who are working with the firmware to bring down just using a stock firmware to a custom firmware, and that way we can reduce a lot of the steps that we just did to get it warmed up. I hope to eventually even eliminate the screen and just have a couple buttons where we push a button to hit temp and another button to run our G-code. So I'm looking very forward to seeing where we can expand with those ideas and so on and forth. So I'm actually going to pause this or just shut it off real quick, which will kill the whole process. Some units would say like, oh, you just shut me down, do you want to continue? For the most part, the Ender 3 doesn't. So, but I'm just going to go back into my print from TF and go to that ludicrous setting, and we can see just how fast the motor's going from there. But you can see I've already got that filament started. It's looking good. Nothing too crazy. It's not looking horrible. My nozzle looked like it drilled up pretty good for our standard 8mm strip. Again, we're gonna have a plastic bottle and can cutter that goes with this. yeah, you can see just how fast that's moving now. So one of the things I've touched on but not really touched on is our automated bottle drying cutter. So this has a fan in here, and that's just blowing all our air through our pipes here, and this can clean a set of bottles dry within an hour. So if you're going through and you're cleaning all your bottles and getting the labels off of them, and you've just got a lot of bottles to go through, you can stack them on this, and within 1 hour the fan takes all the water and everything and just keeps them nice and clean. So if you're trying to be productive, and maybe you've just washed up 8 bottles and you need to clean them and dry them within an hour rather than cutting them open and hitting them with a towel, you can just clean and air dry, clean, dry, stick them all in a oh my god, a trash bag at the end of that, and you've got yourself a good production line. So you can go to printables.com and download one of those. It really helps my production needs. So right now I'm just gonna strip a bottle, show you the plastic bottle and can cutter, or rather the community bottle cutter. If you wanted to, again, you can go to plastic bottle and can cutter. That's the plastic pbacc.com, and that will get you a plastic bottle and can cutter. And so this is a commercialized bottle cutter that was put onto Kickstarter. I really love it. We've teamed up with them as far as putting it into the Recreator kit. So again, if you want to support Ukraine and get a bottle cutter from them, it does take about 4 to 5 weeks to get. They've been making these for the last couple years, and as far as a commercial, reliable bottle strip cutter, this is the best bottle cutter stripper that money can buy. It does take a little while to get, but it is well worth the time. Again, going back to the community bottle cutter, it's kind of similar. We've got a retractable wand on the 3rd rendition of the build, which I still need to release this, so I plan on doing that with the fun size. But yeah, we're got a couple mounting holes if you wanted to mount it to your table, or you can get a couple grips, and yeah, you're just gonna mount that to your table like this. Let's see if we can show that real quick. So I'm a big fan of how the community bottle cutter and the plastic bottle cutter work as far as the bearings, and how the bearings do kind of like a scissor shearing. One of the things that I like about the community bottle cutter is you can just kind of put it in and go. So we're going to take our retractable wand, make it just a little bigger for our bottle, get that in there. For the most part, I would normally pre-strip, but with the community cutter, you don't need to do that. You can just get it on and start it. Of course, I say that now. So normally I would be putting pressure on the top, which I can do real quick. These are not the current downloaded weights, but they are my weights for the time being. So we just put a weight on the bottle, which puts downward pressure onto us while we pull the strip forward. So that was a 1 liter bottle. And as some people asked, what do you do with the tops and the bottoms? And I'm working with the do-it-yourself shredder from Do-It-Yourself Chen. And I know he's having some troubles trying to figure out whether or not he's going to be able to, you know, keep a supply and demand as far as being able to produce them with people's desires to actually acquire them. So the more people who are interested in buying them and shredding tops and bottoms for possible injection molding or future extrusions into different filament beyond what the PET pultrusion method can do, yeah, we're gonna end up hopefully changing the way that the industry sells to us as far as products goes. And eventually, you know, we will always have cheap filament. We'll always have the ability to buy filament, but eventually, and especially in 2023, I think we're going to see some filament go up in price, and then some filament that you're used to being able to buy, you won't see anymore. So to be able to look at what we've got for trash in our recycling bin and in our house and be able to actually, you know, use it. My next thing that I'd like to try to do is a lot of people heat their homes with pellet stoves. It'd be awesome to pelletize all the cardboard that we get from all our packaging and just be able to put that back into a unit that keeps our house heated. So now all the cardboard that comes into our house is not just thrown back out as trash or recycled. Again, more carbon footprint, more electricity, more gas, step. This is all kept at your house. And again, you're now taking your product that you technically paid for, because, you know, boxes aren't cheap. They're not just given to you for free. It is calculated into the cost of your product. So a lot of the stuff that we buy, we're throwing away viable product that came with that product. You paid good money for it. So are you just going to throw it away, or are you going to find new ways to reap that money again? I think we should find new ways to reap that money again. So it might only seem like 5 cents here, 10 cents there. I said, oh, it's only a penny to somebody one day, and those pennies add up, and they do. So it really depends on what kind of lifestyle you've got and what you want to be doing with your time and efforts, as well as your material or scrap material. So yeah, again, I thank everybody for being here today. I want to let everybody know that LDO Motors is sponsoring Recreator and trying to get kits established for global reach. Really excited that they were able to help out with other community members to get Recreator 3D to Earth 2022. It was an adventure far beyond anything that I thought that the year would bring. I met so many new people, so many great connections, and learned so much about why people actually want to recreate their filament, you know. So it's been a really humbling opportunity to be able to run the group that we're running and know that PET pultrusion is beyond Recreator at this point, and it was always beyond Recreator. And I'm now using PET Pultruders United, which is linked in the description, as a way to show off that PET pultrusion is here to stay. It's not going anywhere anytime fast. And again, Recreator is not the only PET pultrusion. PetBot, Polyformer, Pedimentor. Like, there's going to be so many other brands that are coming out, and I hope that everybody who are joining the community in that aspect find Pet Pultruders United, ppu3d.com or petpultrudersunited.com. Right now brings us to our Facebook group, but eventually I hope to have that streamlined into a nice website that just has a catalog of different pet pultruders that you're able to look into, and whether you're able to buy them commercially or build them yourself or save your e-waste from the landfill, then turn your old Ender 3 into a non-dust collectible Recreator 3D and make your own custom filament. So again, it's great for weather resistance and heat resistance. We're using it on our heat bracket right now, which is 210 degrees, so it's able to resist that and not be pulled forward, not melt by the pultrusion process itself. So that's super awesome. The more the material can be used in different applications, I'm excited to learn about. And the more people that want to just show off even their little trinkets and sample prints that they're able to get off of a soda bottle. It's really great to just see and have other people show other people what they're doing, because really, like, everybody's got a different lifestyle, a different perspective, a different global reach, and we're all into different things. So it's been really great to have that community in the group setting to harness the different perspectives and different shoes that people wear, and just showing off, maybe you do something different than I do, and maybe my head wasn't thinking properly in one sense, but yours is, and we can jive off each other and learn new things. So I think that's gonna wrap up the video soon. I'm gonna go through the comments one more time, and if anybody's got any other questions to throw at me while we're still here that I can help answer, that would be awesome. Just shoot that out. I'll stick around for another 5 minutes or so and go through the comments to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Make sure there's nothing super crucial, or if you're still around and you asked a question but I didn't answer it, feel free to check me out at jrt3d.com. You can contact me there, or you can go to recreator3d.com and contact me there. So you just saw that this just finished, and it made a little twirl noise, and it just felt so delicate and elegant to what it normally does. And so we are getting caught in our gear a little, so we want to try to avoid such things. So eventually I will maybe make a shroud that holds the front covered from being able to be eaten by the gear. But we're just going to try to undo that real quick while we can, right? There we go. So that is the one downfall right now that I'm working on. It doesn't happen too often, but once you are done with your pultrusion process, you should turn it off. We will and can add a filament runout sensor, but right now it hasn't happened. So I got a little tangled with that, which kind of threw me off here a bit, but for the most part, if you just find the front of where you started and cut that off, a lot of this has already undone itself, but we can just come right off the spooler. And then I personally just like to wrap it back up. And because the spooler now on the fun size doesn't make a angry roll, like, this material is very, very easy with this spooler size to just take off the spooler and hand wrap back into what I'm doing here. And it's really nothing complicated. It doesn't add any restrictions to it. Personally, I like doing it like this, and then you just get a nice little coil like this. I get a sandwich bag, and I put it in the sandwich bag, and I toss it into another Ziploc bag, and at the end of the month, I have 1K worth of recycled pet pultruded filament. Again, depending on how you're using it after the fact, you might be using it within your filament runout sensor, or you might get a Pallet 2 Pro and start to commercially reliably seam your filament together from 25-gram pulls into a 1K roll. So it really depends on what you want to do and how you go about it. Everybody's time is different. Everybody's ability is different. But we are working on other methods for seaming and joining. I have a unit somewhere behind me that we're hoping to have it to be not as expensive, but you know, right now things be below $60, $80 for the hand techniques that we've got aren't reliable enough for the Pet One material. There are people who are using PTFE tubes and heating sources like candles or hot irons to get the PTFE into a molten state so that they can jam it into a PTFE tube and seam it that way. But amongst my own practices with that, I've had very unreliable outcomes, which is again why I focus on the Pallet 2 Pro as far as reliability and pretty much constant perfect seams. It's a little expensive at $500, but the way that things are moving in the scene, you can find those for about $300 used. I've got a link which I'll put into the page description for a refurbished units going through Mosaic. So there's options. There are options. It just depends on how much time and effort you want to spend on those options or money. I got sick of wasting my time and effort and decided that it was in my own best interest to go with a standard reliable unit that has been specifically made commercially for joining filament perfectly in an industrial way. So if anybody wants to say, well, I'd rather do the hand technique that only cost me $10, by all means, but it might not be as reliable as you want it to be. So, Happy New Year's and cheers. So, yeah, you know, right now I think we're good. I think I covered everything in the comments that I could see. I'm so stoked that it's 2023 and that we're in a new year. 2022 brought so much awesome stuff. And, yeah, I hope we can get another build in, get another better tutorial. I'm sorry if this doesn't suffice some, but in another week or two, maybe 3 or 4, we'll have a more polished, fun-size build video, just like everybody has been used to seeing from jrt3d.com. I've got a lot of people giving me humble responses as far as the video quality going, as far as putting these together. So I'm glad that I was able to make that really nice and easy for people to do. And yeah, any questions, suggestions, comments that you feel like you want to see in the community, feel free to reach out to me through the websites. Check out the Discord QR code down in the bottom left. Check out ldomotors.com for all your motor supplies. If you're looking for a Voron, you can reach out to Jason from LDO. He's got the hookup for all your financial needs for what you got for the 3 different Vorons that you can build, and then you got all your motors. So hopefully in the next few months we'll have kits through LDO, and we'll be at MRF and IRF and all the other fun places that are going to be facilitating all the fun 3D printing stuff. So thank you 7 concurrent viewers who are still here, but our time has come. I'm going to go cook up some fire oven pizza in our fire oven. So Thanks for being here today, and happy recreating. Catch you on the flip side, everybody.